Beneath the vast white silence of Antarctica, a secret has been sleeping for thousands of years, buried under miles of frozen ice, untouched by time and unseen by human eyes. It began like all great mysteries do, with something small, a strange image on a satellite scan. At first glance, it appeared to be just another mountain rising beneath the Antarctic sheet. But when the data was analyzed more closely, the world of science fell silent. What looked like a natural formation had edges that were too perfect, angles that were too clean, symmetry that defied nature. Mountains do not form with geometric precision. Something was buried down there, and no one was supposed to find it. The first whispers began among researchers who worked on classified imagery analysis. One of them, years later, would say that the object's pattern was unlike anything geologically explainable. They were forbidden from talking about it, but a few coordinates leaked online. Within days, Google Earth users were searching for the anomaly, and soon screenshots began circulating. A massive triangular structure peeking to the endless white, its proportions eerily reminiscent of the Great Pyramid of Giza, only far larger. Then suddenly, without explanation, the area was blurred out. The coordinates stopped working. The mystery deepened. Antarctica is a place wrapped in silence and secrecy. Officially, it is a land of science and cooperation, a neutral zone where nations study the climate and preserve the natural world. But behind this narrative lies a shadow of restriction. No one is allowed to travel freely across its interior. Every expedition requires government approval. Satellite data is selectively released. Why? What is so dangerous or so important? Beneath that ice, the discovery that triggered all this began in 2012, when a European satellite detected heat signatures rising from beneath the ice shelf near Queen Maud Land. The readings made no sense. The region was supposed to be a frozen desert, yet the sensors picked up consistent thermal anomalies, heat emanating from below, not above. When overlaid with radar imaging, the shape of the anomaly formed an unmistakable pattern, a massive, triangular configuration with three perfectly equal sides. It was as if a colossal structure, pyramid-like, engineered with impossible precision, lay entombed beneath the ice. When the story leaked to public forums, it was dismissed as a hoax. Yet over time, the evidence became harder to ignore. Pilots flying over the region reported magnetic interference and visual distortions. Several satellite feeds were suddenly restricted. Then came the rumors, claims that military aircraft had been deployed to investigate. Official agencies denied everything, but the silence only fueled the fire. Why? People asked, were so many governments suddenly so interested in a barren, lifeless wasteland? History offers clues that something extraordinary once existed there. Millions of years ago, Antarctica was not covered in ice at all. Fossilized leaves, petrified forests, and ancient riverbeds tell the story of a continent that was once lush, green, and alive. If a civilization had lived there, if they had built something monumental before the Earth's tilt shifted and the continent froze, it would now be buried under miles of ice, perfectly preserved in an icy tomb. Could this structure be the last echo of that lost world? For decades, whispers of secret findings in Antarctica have circulated among explorers, scientists, and conspiracy theorists alike. Strange radio signals, unidentified objects, even ancient ruins. Each story dismissed, forgotten, and buried again. But this time, the data could not be erased so easily. Modern technology had caught something undeniable, something that pointed toward an intelligence that predates recorded history. The deeper researchers looked, the stranger became. The supposed mountain did not match the geological composition of the surrounding area. Beneath it, radar scans revealed voids, massive hollow spaces with right-angle corridors stretching for hundreds of meters. If natural forces had carved it, they had done so with mathematical intent. Could this be a man-made or even non-human structure hidden beneath Earth's most inaccessible terrain? If what lies under the ice is truly artificial, the implications are staggering. It would mean that our understanding of human history is wrong, that advanced builders walked the Earth long before we believe civilization began. It could explain the myths of lost continents, of gods descending from the skies, of sudden cataclysms that erase entire cultures overnight. Every discovery since then has only added to the puzzle, pulling us deeper into mystery. By the end of this journey, we will explore ancient maps that show Antarctica before it was frozen, secret operations buried in classified archives, and testimony from those who claim to have seen the impossible with their own eyes. We will trace the story from the first satellite image to the chilling question that no one wants to answer. If it isn't a mountain, then what exactly is it? The ice is melting. Something vast is awakening beneath. And as the world begins to watch the southern horizon once more, the truth may finally break free, revealing that our planet's most remote continent may also hold its oldest secret. For most of us, Antarctica is nothing more than an endless sheet of white, a frozen, lifeless void at the bottom of the world. But long before it was sealed beneath miles of ice, it was something entirely different. Modern science quietly admits this. Millions of years ago, the continent we now call Antarctica was lush, green, and warm. Fossilized ferns and trees have been discovered beneath the ice. Samples of ancient pollen and petrified would prove that it once supported dense forests. Even the remains of warm-blooded animals, creatures that could never survive in today's temperatures, have been found embedded deep within the frozen ground. Something extraordinary happened here, something that transformed paradise into desolation almost overnight. Geologists tell us that about 35 million years ago, shifting tectonic plates carried Antarctica into its current position over the South Pole. This movement caused the temperatures to plummet, trapping the continent in ice that has persisted ever since. But some evidence doesn't quite fit the timeline. In layers of sediment that should be too young to contain them, scientists have found fossilized plants that only grow in tropical regions. It's as though the continent's transformation from warm to ice happened far faster than nature could explain. Could it be that Antarctica's frozen surface hides not only an ancient environment, but the remnants of those who once lived there? Ancient civilizations around the world spoke of lands beyond the southern seas, places of endless daylight, of strange suns and frozen darkness. The Greeks called it Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern land. The Incas told of a distant realm of the gods, hidden in the eternal snow. Even the ancient Egyptians, whose world was confined to deserts and rivers, left cryptic references to a mysterious southern territory associated with rebirth and hidden knowledge. Were these myths symbolic, or were they faint memories of a time when the southern continent was alive and known to humanity? The mystery deepens with ancient cartography. Centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered in 1820, maps existed that appear to show its outlines. The most famous of these is a Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral using even older source materials. This map accurately depicts the coastlines of South America and, astonishingly, the northern edge of an ice-free Antarctica. Mainstream historians claim it's coincidence or artistic interpretation, but the precision is too perfect to ignore. The mountains, bays, and river systems correspond closely with modern radar images taken beneath the ice sheet, images that didn't exist until the 20th century. How could a 16th century mapmaker have drawn something buried under 2 miles of ice? One theory suggests that ancient seafaring civilizations, far older than the Egyptians or Sumerians, mapped the world before the last ice age began around 12,000 years ago. If that is true, then humanity's history stretches back much further than we've been taught. Civilizations capable of navigating the globe and creating detailed maps must have had advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and geography. They must have existed before the cataclysm that froze Antarctica and erased their traces from history. The idea sounds impossible, yet the evidence continues to whisper otherwise. But why does this matter to the mystery of the structure beneath the ice? Because if Antarctica was once warm and habitable, it could have been home to intelligent life, human or otherwise. The idea that a vast, ancient civilization thrived there before being entombed by a sudden freeze begins to feel less like science fiction and more like a lost chapter reality. If these people existed, they might have built monuments or cities. And if they did, those structures would still be there, perfectly preserved under the ice, waiting to be found. Scientists conducting ice core drills have occasionally reported strange findings, layers of soot indicating ancient fires, traces of organic compounds that shouldn't exist in a frozen wasteland, even microscopic remnants of pollen from species that no longer exist anywhere on Earth. Each discovery points to a world that once teemed with life, a world that may have ended abruptly, Some researchers have speculated about a sudden pole shift or global catastrophe that plunged the region into freezing temperatures almost instantly. Such an event could have buried entire ecosystems and whatever civilizations may have existed, with little warning. Legends from every corner of the globe describe a flood, a great freeze, or a cataclysm that ended the golden age of humankind. Perhaps those stories all trace back to the same event, the moment Antarctica froze. If an advanced culture had survived there, they might have been forced to flee, leaving behind their temples, their technology, and their history buried under the snow. What if the strange structure detected by modern satellites is one of those remnants, a monument of a lost world glimpsed for the first time in millennia? Even mainstream researchers, though careful with their words, have admitted that there are anomalous readings beneath the Antarctic ice, subglacial lakes, perfectly preserved ecosystems, and unusual magnetic fields are just the beginning. There could be entire landscapes frozen in time, untouched since the dawn of civilization. What secrets lie in those frozen valleys, beneath the glaciers that have kept them hidden for thousands of years? Antarctica's true past is a puzzle with missing pieces scattered across myth, geology, and forgotten history. As the ice slowly melts and the surface begins to reveal what's been hidden, the pieces are starting to fit together. The possibility that this frozen land once held life, and perhaps knowledge far beyond our understanding, forces us to question everything we think we know about Earth's story. The forbidden continent is no longer just a wasteland at the end of the world. It may be the key to understanding our beginnings, our forgotten past, and the forces that reshaped the planet long before recorded history began. And as we move closer to the heart of the mystery, one truth becomes impossible to ignore. Antarctica's silence is not emptiness. It is a silence that guards secrets too vast, too ancient, and perhaps too dangerous to be freely known. It began quietly, with a set of satellite scans that no one was meant to notice. In the early months of 2012, a European imaging satellite passed over the desolate expanse of Antarctica, capturing high-resolution terrain data meant for geological study. Among the countless miles of barren ice, one particular image caught the attention of analysts, a massive, triangular formation emerging subtly through the snow. At first glance, it could have been dismissed as just another mountain peak, but something about its geometry seemed wrong. Natural mountains form through chaotic, random processes. Yet this one appeared to have equal sides, precise angles, and sharp lines, too perfect to be a coincidence. As more data came in, the anomaly stood out even more clearly. The satellite's radar system detected uniform slopes on all three sides, converging in an apex that aligned perfectly to the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. This was the kind of symmetry that architects design, not the kind that nature produces by accident. When technicians ran a surface model simulation, the rendered image looked eerily familiar. A pyramid, massive, flawless, and buried under miles of ancient ice. Initially, scientists who noticed the structure assumed the readings were corrupted. Sensor errors, they said, were common in such extreme conditions. Yet when multiple satellites later confirmed the same anomaly at the same coordinates, doubt began to fade. The formation was real, and even stranger, it emitted a weak but consistent heat signature. Something beneath the ice was warmer than its surroundings, hinting that this was not merely solid rock. The coordinates of the anomaly, leaked by an anonymous source on an online forum, quickly spread across the internet. Amateur researchers, digital explorers, and conspiracy theorists rushed to check the area using Google Earth's polar imaging function. What they found matched the leaked images almost perfectly, a massive triangular feature with crisp edges and uniform shape. But soon, something even more curious happened. Within weeks, the area was blurred out on Google Earth. The satellite layer was replaced with generic snow texture, and any attempt to zoom closer caused the program to crash or distort. It was as though someone wanted that location to disappear from public view. The disappearance only fueled speculation. Why would a supposed natural formation be censored on a publicly accessible map? Independent researchers began posting archived images, analyzing elevation profiles, and overlaying grid lines. The numbers were astonishing. Each side of the triangle measured roughly 2,000 meters in length, with a height ratio nearly identical to that of the Great Pyramid of Giza. The possibility that this was an artificial structure, perhaps an ancient monument or base, suddenly seemed less absurd. Soon, whispers spread through academic circles that NASA and the European Space Agency were aware of the anomaly long before the public leak. Some claimed that early thermal imaging data had been classified, while others insisted that the U.S. Air Force had flown reconnaissance missions over the coordinates. None of these reports were officially confirmed, but each new piece of rumor seemed to strengthen the growing belief that something extraordinary was buried beneath the ice. A few months later, a freelance journalist investigating the story reported that several researchers from the British Antarctic Survey had been reassigned after questioning their supervisors about the anomaly. One source allegedly told her that certain regions of the continent were off limits to scientific study, though he refused to elaborate. Another source hinted that deep penetrating radar had revealed internal cavities beneath the triangular formation, long, tunnel-like voids stretching deep into the frozen crust. If true, these would have to be either natural lava tubes from an extinct volcanic system or deliberately engineered passageways. Meanwhile, an unusual pattern began to emerge. In the months following the satellite leak, multiple nations launched new expeditions to Antarctica under the guise of climate research. Russia, China, and the United States all sent teams equipped with radar, drilling, and subglacial mapping instruments. Yet very little of their data ever reached the public domain. Reports were delayed, sections of the continent were suddenly restricted, and in at least one instance, a private expedition attempting to reach the coordinates was abruptly denied clearance. The official reason? Environmental preservation. The few pilots who have flown near the area speak of strange occurrences: malfunctioning instruments, magnetic interference, and rapid shifts in wind patterns that appear almost engineered. One pilot, whose testimony was later deleted from an aviation forum, described a shimmering distortion in the air visible through the clouds above the coordinates. Another mentioned a dark structure that momentarily appeared during a brief melt, only to vanish again beneath a new storm of snow. Each account was anecdotal, unverifiable, but eerily consistent. As the story grew, mainstream media largely ignored it. Science journals labeled the pyramid theory as geological pareidolia, claiming that the human brain tends to see patterns and symmetry even in random formations. But others weren't so quick to dismiss it. Some experts in geomorphology admitted, off the record, that such a clean, equilateral structure was highly unusual and not consistent with known erosion patterns. Then came the strange silence. Between 2013 and 2015, every public image update of the region halted. Satellite archives showed no new data, and even radar imaging from public research programs was delayed or replaced with low-resolution substitutes. The blackout lasted almost 2 years. When updates resumed, the area appeared heavily altered, flattened, textureless, devoid of the once clear triangular pattern. It was as if someone had digitally erased a scar from the Earth itself. But digital footprints are hard to bury completely. Archived images, stored by private databases and online communities, preserve the original anomaly in astonishing detail. When compared with elevation data from before the blackout, it became clear that the structure had depth. It wasn't merely a surface illusion, it rose from the bedrock below. And that was the moment when the mystery shifted from curiosity to obsession. If this formation was not a natural mountain, then what was it? Was it a remnant of an ancient civilization predating recorded history? A forgotten outpost from a lost age? Or something even older, something not of human origin? Whatever the truth, someone clearly didn't want the world to find out. This was the moment when Antarctica stopped being a blank spot on the map and became the center of one of the greatest mysteries of the modern era. It was no longer about geology. It was about secrecy. The mountain under the ice was not a mountain at all, and the silence that followed its discovery was louder than any scientific denial. Something extraordinary lies hidden in the frozen heart of our planet, and the evidence that first revealed it has been quietly disappearing ever since. In 2009, NASA launched a groundbreaking mission called Operation Icebridge, a massive airborne research program designed to map the hidden layers of Antarctica with radar, laser altimetry, and gravimetric sensors. Officially, its purpose was scientific: to monitor the thickness of polar ice sheets and measure how climate change was altering the frozen continent. But within just a few years, rumors began to spread that Ice Bridge's sophisticated instruments had detected far more than scientists expected. Beneath the miles of ice, something massive and symmetrical appeared in the radar data, a structure that defied explanation. For decades, satellites had hinted at odd formations under the surface, but Ice Bridge offered a new level of precision. Flying at low altitudes across the polar plateau, its aircraft, especially NASA's P-3B Orion, used radar capable of penetrating several kilometers of ice. The resulting data could map bedrock formations hidden since the dawn of civilization. In 2013, one particular survey line over Queen Maud Land revealed unusual readings, a vast triangular formation with near-perfect geometric alignment. The data showed straight lines, consistent slopes, and hollow regions beneath. When early visualizations of the radar scan were presented at an internal NASA meeting, several attendees reportedly questioned whether the object could be man-made. Then, without public explanation, those radar images vanished from the official archives. The original datasets were marked as restricted access, and later, the corresponding pages on NASA's Ice Bridge data portal returned only blank entries. A few screenshots and downloaded files survived in the hands of independent researchers, who noticed something odd. Certain timestamps and GPS coordinates were redacted or scrambled, as if someone didn't want the exact location traceable. To this day, the specific Ice Bridge flight path over that region remains one of the few not publicly documented in detail. NASA dismissed the missing data as corrupted files and processing errors, but insiders and analysts were unconvinced. Radar data doesn't simply vanish. It's archived, backed up, and replicated across multiple systems. The probability of only one flight's dataset being lost, especially one that coincided with a known anomaly, seems statistically impossible. Whistleblowers began to emerge, claiming that portions of the radar scans revealed massive cavities beneath the ice, consistent with tunnels or hollow chambers. The shape of these voids was too angular, too deliberate, too engineered. One anonymous engineer, who allegedly worked on Ice Bridge radar calibration, described in an email that leaked onto a conspiracy forum, "We found structures down there. Straight lines. Perfect 90-degree corners. Nature doesn't do that. Not at this scale." The message was quickly removed and a user account deleted. But once again, the spark had been lit, and the story spread like wildfire. Researchers and enthusiasts began poring over public Ice Bridge flight data, looking for other signs of redaction or unexplained anomalies. They found several: patches of incomplete radar returns, blank data lines, and strange gaps in the laser altimetry files, right above known anomaly coordinates. Then came a subtle but suspicious shift in NASA's focus. Around 2015, Operation Ice Bridge began reducing the number of direct Antarctic missions, shifting more attention to Greenland and Arctic regions. The agency cited logistical constraints and weather conditions, but internal flight logs suggested the opposite. The weather that year had been unusually favorable. It was as though the mission was quietly withdrawing from specific areas of Antarctica. The most sensitive region, the one containing the alleged pyramid structure, was notably absent from subsequent flight routes. Meanwhile, independent polar researchers who relied on Ice Bridge data began to report communication blackouts. A small research station in Queen Maud Land experienced weeks of interrupted satellite internet, right after one of its geologists publicly mentioned detecting unusual subglacial reflections during an open interview. When contact was restored, the researcher retracted his statement, calling it a misinterpretation of equipment noise. Soon after, his name was removed from several ongoing research projects. Journalists who tried to investigate ran into the same wall. Freedom of Information Act requests about Ice Bridge data loss were returned heavily redacted or delayed indefinitely. When pressed for clarification, NASA spokespeople reiterated the same line: "No anomalous structures have been detected beneath the Antarctic ice. Any claims to the contrary are misrepresentations of data artifacts." But those artifacts seem to keep aligning perfectly into geometric patterns. At the same time, a new theory began circulating online: that Ice Bridge's true purpose wasn't just to study melting ice, but to locate something buried beneath it. Some researchers speculated it was part of a joint effort involving the U.S. military and intelligence agencies hidden under a scientific cover story. After all, Antarctica has long been shrouded in international secrecy since the signing of the 1959 Antarctic Treaty, which restricts all military activity and limits independent exploration. What better way to mass classified research than through an environmental monitoring program? A small but determined group of independent scientists, armed with archived ice bridge data, began reconstructing 3D terrain models from the remaining files. The results were startling. In one reconstruction, the region around the supposed anomaly revealed not only the triangular shape, but also a series of parallel ridges and channels that looked like the foundations of walls or corridors. Beneath the surface, radar reflections hinted at empty spaces large enough to fit entire buildings. These were not random voids caused by melting ice. They were consistent, layered, and rectangular in pattern. When this analysis was quietly published in an obscure online journal, the article disappeared within days. The site hosting it went offline for maintenance, and soon after, its domain expired. Backup copies that circulated through Reddit and research forums were flagged as misinformation. But by then, thousands of people had already seen the images, grainy radar visualizations that suggested something extraordinary hiding under the ice. Within NASA, not everyone agreed with the official silence. A retired ice bridge technician, interviewed anonymously years later, admitted that there was indeed a suppression of data related to subglacial anomalies. He explained that some images were reclassified at the request of outside agencies. When asked who those agencies were, he declined to answer. "All I can say," he whispered, "is that we were told not to look too closely at the triangles." The deeper one digs into the ice bridge story, the more it feels like the edges of two worlds brushing together. The public world of science and the hidden realm of classified discovery. On the surface, it's a tale about mapping ice sheets. Beneath that surface, it becomes something else entirely, a search for something ancient, immense, and possibly world-altering. And so the mission that began as a climate study ended as a question mark. Operation Icebridge may have achieved its scientific goals, but also opened a door, one that leads directly into the heart of Antarctica's greatest mystery. What did those radar beams really touch beneath the ice? And why did the data suddenly disappear once it was found? Whatever the answer, one truth remains. Something extraordinary lies buried under a frozen continent, and the more the world looks for it, the more invisible it seems to become. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral named Pyry Reis created one of the most mysterious and controversial maps in human history, a parchment that would baffle historians, challenge modern science, and ignite centuries of debate. Drawn on gazelle skin, the Pyry Reis map depicted coastlines and landmasses with such stunning accuracy that experts still struggle to explain how it could exist at all. But among its many oddities, one detail stood out above all others. It appeared to show the northern coastline of Antarctica without ice. That single feature changed everything. According to mainstream history, Antarctica was not officially discovered until 1820, nearly 3 centuries after Pyry Reis created his map. Yet there it was, clearly drawn, labeled, and geographically precise, complete with rivers and mountains matching modern radar images of the continent beneath the ice. Even more puzzling, those features on the map corresponded not to the frozen wasteland we know today, but to the underlying topography revealed only by 20th century seismic and satellite imaging. Whoever first charted this map had somehow mapped Antarctica before it froze, possibly thousands of years ago. Historians have long admired Pyry Reis as a brilliant navigator and cartographer, but by his own admission, he did not create the map from scratch. In the notes scrawled across its margins, he confessed that he compiled it using ancient source maps, some dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. Others, he claimed, were copies of maps rescued from the legendary Library of Alexandria. These ancient charts, if they truly existed, would have contained knowledge that modern civilization could not possibly have had at that time, a global understanding of geography, including lands that were still unknown to 16th century explorers. How could ancient map makers have known the shape of a continent hidden beneath 2 miles of ice? For decades, skeptics dismissed the connection as coincidence, insisting the supposed Antarctic coast was actually a distorted depiction of South America. But in the 1950s, U.S. Air Force cartographers compared the Pyre Reef's coastline with newly completed seismic profiles of Antarctica's Queen Maud Land, and the match was undeniable. The map's contours aligned almost perfectly with the subglacial coastlines revealed by modern radar. This discovery, quietly reported in internal documents, never made front-page news. Yet for those who saw it, it was enough to spark an enduring question. Who mapped Antarctica when it was still ice-free? The last time the Antarctic continent was free of ice, geologists tell us, was at least 6,000 years ago, and possibly much longer. If humans created the original map, then it must have been produced by a civilization that possessed advanced navigation, mathematics, and geographic tools long before our accepted timeline of history. Mainstream academia has no record of such a civilization, yet the evidence continues to whisper one that might have existed and vanished, leaving behind only fragments of forbidden knowledge. When Pyre Reis presented his map to the Ottoman Sultan, it was more than a tool of navigation. It was a statement of power. The admiral claimed that he could navigate the entire world, known and unknown, and his confidence came from those ancient sources. Some researchers believe that among these sources were the lost maps of a pre-Ice Age culture, perhaps remnants of a global seafaring civilization that once connected distant continents. This idea was championed in the mid-20th century by Charles Hapgood, a historian who argued that the Earth's crust had shifted dramatically around 10,000 B.C., moving Antarctica from a temperate latitude to its current polar position. Hapgood proposed that before this sudden shift, Antarctica was a fertile land inhabited by humans, or by a civilization with technology advanced enough to survey the entire globe. Albert Einstein himself reviewed Hapgood's early manuscripts and found his theory interesting and not altogether impossible. If Hapgood was right, then the Pyre Reis map wasn't a mystery. It was evidence of a world-changing event that buried an entire civilization beneath the ice. But the deeper researchers dug into the Pyre Reis puzzle, the more they found to unsettle the accepted narrative. The map doesn't just show the Antarctic coastline. It shows it with remarkable accuracy relative to longitude, something even 16th century explorers could not calculate precisely. Longitude determination wasn't reliably achieved until the invention of the marine chronometer in the 1700s, 2 centuries after Pyre Reis's death. So how could his map, and the older sources he referenced, align with modern coordinate systems so closely? Either he was impossibly lucky, or he was working from data far more advanced than anyone of his era could produce. Moreover, the Pyre Reis map displays a curvature consistent with modern globe projection. It seems to anticipate the Earth's true spherical proportions, a feat unthinkable in a time when many still believed the world was flat or imperfectly round. Whoever made the original source maps had not only mapped continents, but also understood planetary geometry. This raises a disturbing possibility. What if this knowledge was inherited from an earlier age of human civilization, one capable of global exploration long before recorded history? Even stranger, the map's inscriptions describe a lost landmass in the Atlantic, one that some scholars believe refers to Atlantis. While mainstream historians scoff at such connections, the parallels are hard to ignore. Plato's writings place Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules, near the Atlantic Ocean, and describe its fall due to catastrophic floods and earth shifts. The Pyre Reis map, possibly based on ancient knowledge from a similar epoch, could be one of the last surviving testaments to that forgotten world. If that's true, then the map is not just a historical artifact. It's a remnant of a civilization erased by ice and time. Skeptics argue that these interpretations stretch imagination too far. They insist that what appears to be Antarctica is simply a misaligned coastline, that coincidences in shape and proportion can be explained by distortions common in early map-making. Yet the map's uncanny precision continues to defy that explanation. Its placement of mountain ranges, river deltas, and bays corresponds too closely with modern seismic charts to be dismissed outright. As one cartographer once said, the Pyre Reis map looks less like guesswork and more like a memory. And here lies the most haunting question of all. If ancient mapmakers once had access to knowledge of the entire globe, what else might they have known? Could they have mapped structures, cities, or monuments that now lie hidden under the ice? Perhaps the so-called mountain, discovered by satellites in 2012, the geometric structure buried in Queen Maud Land. is one of the very landmarks those ancient explorers once charted, a relic they recorded before it vanished under a sudden, world-changing freeze. In the grand puzzle of forbidden archaeology, the Pyre Reefs map stands as a bridge between myth and science, between the visible world and the forgotten one buried beneath our feet. It reminds us that history is not a straight line but a cycle. Civilizations rise, fall, and vanish, leaving behind clues that challenge the arrogance of modern certainty. When we look at that fragile, hand-drawn map today, its fading ink still tracing the outlines of an ice-free Antarctica. We are not just looking at the past. We are peering into a lost age of human achievement, a time when someone, somewhere, knew the shape of a world we have only just rediscovered. And as the ice continues to melt, revealing fragments of what lies below, perhaps that ancient knowledge, the knowledge that guided Pyre Reefs' pen 5 centuries ago, was meant to resurface now in our time to remind us that what we call discovery might only be remembrance. In the early 20th century, when aviation was still young and Antarctica remained one of the last truly unexplored frontiers on Earth, a man named Rear Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd became a legend. To the public, he was the embodiment of courage and exploration, a decorated U.S. Navy officer who led multiple daring expeditions to the South Pole. But behind the carefully crafted headlines and government press releases, rumors began to grow. That Byrd had seen things in Antarctica that defied explanation, and that parts of his findings were never made public. Over time, those rumors evolved into one of the most enduring enigmas in polar history, the mystery of Admiral Byrd's secret discovery beneath the ice. Officially, Admiral Byrd's 1946-47 expedition, known as Operation High Jump, was a scientific mission. It was described as the largest Antarctic expedition ever attempted, involving over 4,700 men, 13 ships, 33 aircraft, and enough supplies to last months in the most hostile environment on the planet. The stated goal was to train personnel and test equipment in frigid conditions. But behind the curtain, declassified memos later revealed another agenda: mapping and reconnaissance of unexplored territory, and investigation of unusual magnetic anomalies detected in the region. Almost immediately after arriving, things began to go wrong. Aircraft reported malfunctioning instruments. Compasses spun erratically. Radio transmissions dropped mysteriously, even between aircraft in direct line of sight. Several flights were lost under unclear circumstances. Their pilots never recovered. Despite the mission being planned for 6 months, Operation High Jump was abruptly terminated after just 8 weeks. The official explanation was unexpectedly severe weather conditions, but meteorological reports from the time show that conditions were, in fact, relatively normal for Antarctic summer. So what really happened down there? Years later, stories began to surface from supposed insiders, military personnel, flight engineers, even family members, claiming that Admiral Byrd had made a shocking discovery before the mission's sudden recall. The most persistent claim is that one of Byrd's reconnaissance flights stumbled upon a massive opening in the ice, leading into what appeared to be a vast, ice-free valley surrounded by mountains. According to these accounts, Byrd's instruments began to register temperatures far warmer than expected, and the barren ice suddenly gave way to green terrain, flowing rivers, and even signs of life. Byrd's personal diary, allegedly recovered years after his death, seemed to describe such an encounter. In this controversial secret journal, he wrote of seeing mammoth-like creatures and strange metallic craft that intercepted his plane, guiding it to land inside a glowing, hidden city. There, he claimed, he met an advanced civilization, descendants of an ancient race that had survived underground for thousands of years. While most historians dismiss this diary as a forgery, it continues to fascinate researchers and believers alike. The timing, the secrecy, and the government's sudden withdrawal from the expedition all align too conveniently with the claims to be ignored entirely. If the account is even partially true, what Byrd might discover was not just a new valley or cave system, but perhaps an entrance to something older, a remnant of the world that existed before the last ice age, maybe even before recorded history. Supporters of this theory point to the massive magnetic anomalies still detected in parts of Antarctica today, particularly around Queen Maud Land, the same region where the alleged pyramid-like structure was later found. Some believe Operation High Jump was not a mission of exploration, but a mission of confrontation. In this version of the story, Byrd's forces were sent to investigate or even engage with mysterious craft sighted in the area, objects that moved faster than any known aircraft at the time. These accounts, drawn from later interviews with members of the expedition, suggest that the team was not simply mapping ice sheets, but tracking unexplained aerial phenomena emerging from beneath them. There's also the curious case of Operation Deep Freeze, launched less than a decade later, ostensibly to establish permanent research stations in Antarctica. Some analysts argue it was actually a follow-up to High Jump, a second attempt to secure whatever was discovered in 1947. This period also coincides with the beginning of the Cold War and the creation of the Antarctic Treaty System, which suddenly and mysteriously banned all independent military or exploratory activity on the continent. Signed in 1959, the treaty's restrictions remain in effect today. No nation, not even superpowers, is allowed to exploit resources or build military installations there. It is as if the world collectively agreed to seal Antarctica off. Why would so many global powers agree to such a thing at such a politically divided time? What could possibly unite rival nations in a pact of secrecy over a frozen, desolate land? Some researchers suggest that what Byrd found, whatever was so profound, so destabilizing to the accepted view of history, that it had to be hidden from the public. Whether it was evidence of a lost civilization, ancient technology, or something not of this earth, its revelation would have changed everything we thought we knew about human origins and our planet's past. Documents that surfaced decades later add fuel to the fire. A Chilean newspaper published an alleged interview with Byrd after the expedition's return, quoting him as saying, "The United States must prepare to defend itself against aircraft that can fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds." The statement was quickly buried and dismissed as misquotation, but it remains one of the most enigmatic pieces of the puzzle. If true, it suggests Byrd had seen technology beyond any human capability at the time, technology that could have come from a long-forgotten civilization, or from something even more mysterious. Mainstream historians continue to regard the tales of hidden valleys and underground civilizations as myth, but geological evidence hints that parts of Antarctica do indeed contain vast subglacial lakes, caverns, and geothermal zones, places that could, theoretically, sustain life even under miles of ice. Lake Vostok, for instance, remains liquid despite being buried under more than 2 miles of ice. Scientists admit they have no clear idea what lies in its depths, yet they found traces of unknown microbial life there. If such regions exist naturally, could others, perhaps artificial ones, exist nearby, created by an advanced people who lived there long before the freeze? Admiral Byrd never publicly spoke again about what happened during Operation High Jump. He died in 1957, and with him, many of the expedition's classified details vanished into sealed archives. What we are left with are fragments, scattered clues pointing towards something extraordinary, thermal anomalies beneath the ice, sudden global secrecy, and a mysterious structure discovered decades later in the same region he explored. Perhaps Byrd stumbled upon more than an undiscovered valley. Perhaps he glimpsed a frozen gateway to a forgotten chapter of human history, one that the world was not ready to face. The ice keeps its secrets well, but as technology advances and the glaciers continue to melt, we inch closer to confirming what Byrd may have seen. And when that day comes, the history books might have to be rewritten, not just for Antarctica, but for the entire story of our civilization. When satellite technology advanced in the early 21st century, a new wave of eyes turned toward the frozen continent that humanity had long left in mystery, Antarctica. With its vast, uninhabited expanse and limited human access, it had always been a blank space on the global map. But as high-resolution satellite imaging became available to the public, ordinary people suddenly had the tools to explore from their own homes. What they found would ignite one of the most heated debates in modern history, a strange, massive, perfectly symmetrical formation protruding from the endless white, located deep in Queen Maud Land. It appeared to be a mountain, but its shape defied nature. Its sides were unnaturally straight, its apex sharp, and its dimensions far too precise to be a coincidence. It was first noticed by online researchers in 2012, who were scanning the region using Google Earth satellite layers. The object's coordinates quickly began to circulate online, accompanied by screenshots that went viral on forums, Reddit threads, and YouTube channels devoted to forbidden archaeology and lost civilizations. At first, it looked like just another Antarctic ridge. But the more users examined it, the stranger it appeared. The formation had three visible sides forming a near-perfect triangle, and measurements showed that each side stretched hundreds of meters with near-identical angles, a geometry shockingly similar to the Great Pyramid of Giza. For weeks, researchers debated whether it was just a trick of shadow and snow, a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns where none exist. But then something unexpected happened. The coordinates began to malfunction. Users who tried to revisit the site found the area blurred or covered by pixelation that hadn't been there before. The patch looked artificial, as though the image had been censored. To those already suspicious of Antarctic secrecy, this was all the confirmation they needed. If there was nothing unusual there, why would anyone bother to hide it? Scientists initially dismissed the Antarctic pyramid theory, explaining that the formation could be the result of nunataks, mountain peaks that protrude through ice sheets due to natural erosion. Indeed, Antarctica is filled with nunataks, formed as ice scours away softer material, leaving behind jagged peaks. But in this case, skeptics noted, the formation's edges were too sharp, its faces too smooth, and its symmetry too deliberate. Geological processes are random and chaotic, not clean and geometric. Even erosion from wind and ice over millions of years should have distorted such perfection. More astonishing still, when comparative analysis was run between the dimensions of this Antarctic pyramid and known structures like the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan, striking similarities emerged. The angles between their faces, their orientation relative to true north, and even their proportions appeared eerily aligned. Could this be mere coincidence, or evidence of a shared origin, a global architectural pattern that predated our recorded history? Some researchers pointed out that Queen Maud Land is the very region where several historical anomalies have converged. It was near this location that Admiral Byrd's Operation High Jump encountered strange phenomena decades earlier, and where numerous magnetic anomalies and heat signatures have been recorded by scientific instruments. If a large artificial structure truly lay buried beneath the ice, the combination of geometry, magnetic distortion, and thermal emission would make perfect sense. Radar imaging has since revealed unusual subglacial formations in the same vicinity, shapes that do not correspond to the surrounding geology. These scans, conducted by both civilian and military satellites, show rectangular and circular voids beneath the ice sheet, some extending for kilometers. The radar echoes suggest hollow spaces or chambers, with internal density readings inconsistent with natural rock. If these readings are accurate, it could mean that beneath this so-called mountain lies an immense underground complex, one that has remained sealed for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. The implications are staggering. If the structure beneath the ice is truly artificial, it predates not only recorded human civilization, but the very climate that buried it. Antarctica's ice began forming roughly 34 million years ago, with its current frozen state solidifying over the last several million. Even during the last warm period, around 12,000 years ago, the region would still have been harsh and remote. For such a structure to exist, it must have been built before the ice engulfed it, or by a civilization that found a way to survive within it. Interestingly, ancient myths from around the world speak of a lost land in the far south, a place of gods, light, and great knowledge that disappeared after a sudden catastrophe. In Greek myth, it was Hyperborea, a land beyond the cold winds, where divine beings once lived. In Hindu texts, it was Shvetadvipa, the island of the white. Even Mesoamerican lore hints at a great civilization that vanished beneath ice and water. These stories, dismissed as metaphor, suddenly seem eerily aligned with the geographic and climatic reality of Antarctica. Could the mountain actually be a remnant of that ancient civilization, perfectly preserved under the polar cap? More intriguing are the whispers about what may have followed the online discovery. Independent researchers claim that shortly after the viral images spread, multiple nations sent quiet expeditions to the area under the guise of scientific study. Several of these missions, reportedly launched between 2013 and 2017, were never publicized in mainstream media. Tracking data from research vessels shows unusual activity patterns near Queen Maud Land during that time. Repeated visits by ships bearing government insignias from the U.S., Russia, and even Germany. Yet no official reports were released detailing what they were doing there. Adding to the mystery, a series of unusual seismic disturbances were recorded near the same coordinates in 2016, short, rhythmic pulses unlike typical ice shifts or tectonic events. Some scientists speculated they could have been caused by melting glaciers or subglacial volcanic activity, but others privately suggested the possibility of artificial vibration patterns, consistent with drilling or excavation beneath the ice. Shortly afterward, satellite imaging of the area once again changed. The coordinates went offline, replaced by a blank white field. If the formation is indeed a mountain, why is its study being restricted? And if it's not, if it's a structure, as many now suspect, then who built it? Some propose that it could have been constructed by an ancient civilization that once inhabited a temperate Antarctica before the last pole shift. Others entertain an even stranger idea, that it could be a relic of non-human intelligence, a base or outpost created long before humanity's rise. Whether natural or artificial, one fact remains undeniable. Something is there, and it continues to draw attention from both scientists and governments alike. The geometry is real. The satellite readings are real. The restrictions on access are real. And together, they form a picture too strange to be dismissed as mere coincidence. In the world of forbidden archaeology, every mystery begins with denial. The Great Pyramid was once thought to be a natural hill. The ruins of Troy were dismissed as fiction. But time has a way of vindicating the impossible. Perhaps beneath the ice of Queen Maud Land lies another chapter waiting to emerge, one that could shatter everything we think we know about Earth's ancient past. As the ice melts and the truth inches closer to surface, one can't help but wonder, is the world ready for what's about to be uncovered? Or will the truth once again be buried? This time not by snow and silence, but by human fear of what it might reveal. The mystery deepened when scientists began analyzing thermal and magnetic anomalies detected beneath the Antarctic ice, readings that didn't align with any known geological formations. These weren't isolated or random blips in the data. They formed distinct, organized patterns, suggesting something large and deliberate was hidden beneath the surface. The discovery came not from conspiracy theorists or online sleuths this time, but from mainstream researchers using radar and magnetometric imaging to study the Earth's crust. What they found ignited quiet conversations behind closed doors, whispers that a colossal, engineered structure might lie buried under miles of ice. The first major red flag came in 2001 when European satellites equipped with synthetic aperture radar, SAR, captured heat signatures emanating from deep beneath the ice shelf of Queen Maud Land. The data revealed consistent thermal emissions, far too uniform to be explained by volcanic activity. Volcanic vents tend to produce irregular, fluctuating heat outputs, but this source was steady, symmetrical, and spread across a wide geometric pattern. It was as if something beneath the ice was radiating energy, not randomly, but with mechanical precision. At first, scientists proposed a logical explanation: geothermal activity, perhaps from an undiscovered volcanic system. But that theory quickly fell apart when no corresponding seismic activity was detected. The region was geologically stable. There were no tremors, no eruptions, no molten flows, just consistent heat. Then came the second anomaly, a magnetic disturbance, centered almost exactly over the same coordinates as the heat source. Compass readings taken by research teams deviated wildly, and magnetometers picked up fluctuations resembling those produced by large-scale metallic structures. Geophysicists know that such overlapping anomalies, thermal and magnetic, are extremely rare. Natural geology can cause one or the other, but rarely both at the same point with such uniformity. The odds of it being coincidence were astronomically low. Something under that ice was creating both heat and magnetic interference, and whatever it wasn't behaving like any known natural formation. When NASA's Operation Icebridge began its airborne radar mapping of Antarctica in 2009, more clues emerged. The radar scans, which can penetrate several kilometers of ice, revealed massive subglacial cavities, hollow spaces large enough to fit entire cities. One of these voids, located beneath Queen Maud Land near the previously noted coordinates, displayed unnerving characteristics. Its shape was symmetrical, almost rectangular, and the radar echo from its surface indicated density unlike surrounding rock. According to the radar readings, the material reflected signals in a way similar to alloyed metal. These findings were quietly archived, never publicized in official reports. Only fragments of the data leaked, appearing in obscure scientific journals and independent analyses online. But those fragments were enough to send researchers and independent investigators down a rabbit hole. When they overlaid the anomaly map with the now famous Antarctic pyramid coordinates, the results were shocking. The heat source, magnetic interference, and radar cavity all lined up almost perfectly. Could this be coincidence? Or had satellite technology inadvertently uncovered a vast structure, a complex of chambers, tunnels, and perhaps even energy-emitting machinery buried beneath the ice? Some experts speculated that the heat could be generated by geothermal vents trapped within a hollowed-out region, causing pockets of warm air to rise. But that didn't explain the metallic readings, nor the precision of the magnetic lines. A few more daring theorists proposed that the anomaly might be the remnants of ancient advanced technology, perhaps still functioning in some capacity, a power source sealed beneath the ice for millennia. This theory, as wild as it sounds, gained traction when researchers compared the Antarctic data to other mysterious energy-emitting sites around the world. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, emits weak but measurable electromagnetic fields from its apex, a phenomenon still not fully understood. Likewise, megalithic sites such as Machu Picchu and Teotihuacan show unusual magnetic patterns around their stone structures. Could the same ancient civilization responsible for those wonders have built something far greater in Antarctica, a structure so massive and technologically complex that it continues to interact with the Earth's magnetic field even after being buried for tens of thousands of years? Meanwhile, military interest in these anomalies seemed to spike quietly but noticeably. Satellite tracking enthusiasts observed unusual flight paths of government aircraft over restricted Antarctic zones in the mid-2010s, patterns inconsistent with standard research missions. Some of these flights circled repeatedly over the coordinates of the anomalies before vanishing off radar altogether. When journalists and independent researchers requested flight logs, they were denied access, citing national security. Then came a bizarre coincidence. In 2016, Patriarch Kirill of Moscow, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, made an unannounced and unprecedented visit to Antarctica. Officially, he was there to bless a small Russian Orthodox church at the Bellingshausen Research Station. But those familiar with the region noted that his itinerary included a private helicopter flight over Queen Maud Land, near the same area of the anomalies. Why would one of the most powerful religious figures in the world personally travel to one of Earth's most desolate and restricted locations? And why was his visit accompanied by heightened security and radio silence? Some suspect that both governments and religious authorities are aware of something extraordinary buried there, something that challenges not only scientific understanding, but the very foundations of human history. If an ancient, technologically advanced civilization once thrived in Antarctica, its existence would upend everything we know about evolution, human migration, and the origins of culture. It would mean that our timeline, the neat, linear progression from primitive cave dwellers to modern engineers, is false. Instead, it would suggest a cyclical history, where civilizations rise, achieve greatness, and vanish, leaving behind only traces that defy explanation. To make matters even stranger, the Antarctic anomalies have shown periodic changes over time. Data gathered from 2012 to 2021 indicates that the thermal emissions have increased slightly each year, as though something beneath the ice is slowly reactivating. Some scientists attribute this to global warming and shifting ice layers, but others aren't so sure. If it were simply ice movement, the pattern would be irregular. Instead, the heat appears to be spreading outward in symmetrical rings, the same way energy radiates from a centralized power source. Could it be that the melting ice is waking something up? If so, what happens when the structure, whatever it is, becomes fully exposed? The thought sends a chill deeper than any Antarctic wind. Humanity might be on the verge of rediscovering something that was never meant to be forgotten, or worse, something that was deliberately buried to protect us from its truth. As scientists continue to collect data and governments tighten their grip on Antarctic access, one fact grows increasingly difficult to deny. There is something beneath the ice that does not belong there, whether it a relic of a forgotten human empire, a machine from an ancient world, or something beyond even that. The evidence points to a hidden chapter of Earth's story waiting to be uncovered. And when the truth finally emerges from the ice, it may not just rewrite history, it may redefine what it means to be human. When the first whispers of a possible ancient structure beneath Antarctica's ice reached the public, the scientific world was quick to dismiss them as fantasy. But behind closed doors, not everyone was so sure. In the years that followed, a series of unusual research projects, restricted studies, and unexplained expeditions began appearing in scientific journals, quietly hinting that something beneath the Antarctic surface didn't fit any known geological model. The deeper scientists dug, figuratively and literally, the stranger it all became. It began with Project ICSAT, launched by NASA in the early 2000s. Officially, its purpose was to measure the thickness of polar ice sheets and study how global warming was affecting sea levels. But the mission's laser altimetry data revealed unexpected irregularities. Beneath miles of solid ice, the radar bounced off what appeared to be man-made geometries. Flat planes, perfect arcs, and 90-degree angles. These weren't the chaotic, uneven forms typical of glacial formations. Something down there had order, structure. NASA's follow-up missions quietly shifted focus toward these anomalies, though the public explanation remained vague. Researchers began referring to certain regions with code names: Area K9 Sector Delta and the Dome. The last one, the Dome, became the center of speculation after a leaked internal briefing described a hemispherical subglacial anomaly of non-natural symmetry. This was science speak for something almost architectural, a massive, curved surface buried beneath 2 miles of ice, large enough to dwarf the Great Pyramid of Giza. The data wasn't released publicly. Officially, NASA claimed it was still being evaluated for noise interference. But independent scientists reviewing portions of the raw data noticed patterns that repeated too consistently to be random. The readings looked like echo reflections off metallic material. Metal, of course, shouldn't exist in natural formations at that scale, especially not under Antarctica's ancient bedrock. Around the same time, European Space Agency satellites detected faint, rhythmic pulses emanating from the same coordinates, electromagnetic bursts spaced in perfect intervals. They weren't strong enough to be artificial transmissions, but their precision baffled analysts. When the signals were plotted visually, they formed waveforms strikingly similar to resonance frequencies used in sonar or communication systems. If they were natural, they were unlike anything ever recorded. While the official narrative insisted these were instrument artifacts, the coincidence was too much for some researchers to accept. Dr. Elena Korovnikova, a Russian geophysicist who studied the ESA data before it was reclassified, later stated in an interview, "It looked like a heartbeat, a signal that repeats, as if something below the ice is still active." Soon after, Dr. Korovnikova's research was withdrawn from public access. She reportedly left her position, and no further comment was ever issued. But by then, others had noticed. Data analysts and independent research groups began to piece together a chilling picture. Thermal emissions, magnetic fields, metallic echoes, and rhythmic energy pulses, all originating from one area under the Queen Maud Land ice shelf. In 2014, seismic teams drilling ice cores near the region detected low-frequency vibrations, patterns unlike earthquakes or glacial movement. These tremors were rhythmic, recurring every 12 minutes, as if something deep below the crust was resonating. When analyzed through spectrograms, the vibrations formed repeating harmonic bands. In layman's terms, it was as though the Earth itself was responding to some kind of buried oscillator, something producing a steady, measurable hum. Naturally, scientists try to find rational explanations. Some blame tidal stresses, others ice flow friction, and a few even suggested subglacial water movement. But these theories didn't explain why the vibrations maintained a precise frequency for years, unaffected by weather or seasonal change. When one group of researchers attempted to measure the vibrations again in 2016, they found the signal had shifted slightly higher in frequency, as though whatever was producing had changed or intensified. That same year, rumors surfaced about a joint military-scientific operation in the area, involving personnel from the United States, Russia, and the United Kingdom. The expedition, according to leaked documents, operated under the name Operation Stargate South. Its purpose: to investigate deep ice magnetic anomalies and thermal irregularities inconsistent with known geology. None of the involved governments have ever acknowledged the mission, but satellite imagery from that period shows temporary camps, vehicle tracks, and several aircraft stationed in isolated regions far from any known research base. Some believe the teams discovered something, perhaps physical evidence of a massive, ancient structure, and sealed it off. Not long after, access to that entire region was restricted under environmental pretexts. The Antarctic Treaty, which already imposed strict controls, was amended to prohibit unauthorized excavation or material extraction in sensitive zones. To the public, this sounded like standard environmental protection. To others, it sounded like containment. If these findings are to be believed, then we may be dealing with a relic of a pre-ice age civilization, a culture advanced enough to engineer colossal structures capable of surviving glacial cataclysms. Or, more unsettling still, it could be something non-human, a remnant of a forgotten intelligence that once occupied Earth long before us. Adding to the intrigue, ancient texts and mythologies across the world describe subterranean realms, advanced beings who retreated underground during global disasters. The Hopi, Tibetan, and Hindu traditions all speak of hidden lands beneath the earth, Shambhala, Agartha, Patala. Could these myths actually preserve distant memories of an ancient civilization that found refuge beneath the ice? Modern science is beginning to accept that the Antarctic bedrock may host vast, naturally formed caverns, kept warm by geothermal heat and volcanic activity. Some of these chambers could stretch for miles. But what if some of them were not natural? What if these immense voids were built, intentionally carved, long before the ice descended? A handful of leaked satellite depth models seem to suggest massive internal corridors, arranged in geometric patterns. Some are too straight, too uniform, too organized to be random. When 3D imaging specialists simulated these pathways, they resembled tunnels, domes, and platforms, with proportions consistent with intelligent design. The deeper the models go, the more they reveal patterns of order beneath apparent chaos, like a buried city whose rooftops are barely visible through snow. The question that now grips the minds of open-minded researchers isn't just what is buried down there, but why it was buried. Was this civilization destroyed by the sudden onset of the Ice Age, or did they anticipate the catastrophe and go underground, leaving behind relics that now pulse faintly beneath the ice? Even more disturbing is the possibility that the recent increase in thermal emissions might indicate the structure, or whatever lies beneath, is reactivating. Energy is being released. Signals are being detected. Vibrations are increasing. Something beneath Antarctica seems to be stirring after an incomprehensible slumber. And yet, every new discovery only tightens the shroud of secrecy. Research data gets classified. Images vanish from public archives. The Antarctic remains the one place on Earth where the public cannot freely explore. Perhaps that's just coincidence. Or perhaps it's the perfect cover for the world's oldest secret. If what lies under the ice is indeed an ancient machine, a buried city, or a remnant of forgotten gods, then Antarctica may not just be a frozen desert. It may be Earth's time capsule, hiding proof that history is far older and far stranger than we dare to believe. And as the ice melts year by year, the veil is thinning. The hum grows louder. Something buried deep below is waking up, and when it finally emerges, the story of humanity may have to be rewritten from the ground up. For decades, the question of what truly lies beneath Antarctica's ice has hovered on the edge of myth and science. But something shifted in the late 2010s, something undeniable. Satellite data, deep radar scans, and private whistleblower accounts began converging toward one astonishing possibility. There's a colossal, intelligently designed structure buried miles beneath the ice, and it may have been there for longer than human civilization itself. It started with a classified survey by a European Satellite Imaging Consortium in 2017. Their mission, officially to map subsurface ice thickness, returned anomalous readings that no geological model could explain. The radar waves, upon striking certain regions beneath Queen Maud Land, rebounded with resonance typical of dense, uniform material. Not stone, not ice, but something akin to alloy. The reflections were smooth, symmetrical, and arranged in patterns resembling the curvature of a dome or shell. When the data was processed into a three-dimensional map, analysts saw a shape emerging, a massive, circular structure, nearly 30 kilometers in diameter, buried deep beneath the glacial crust. Its upper arcs mirrored the geometry of a perfect hemisphere, and its lower depths appeared to extend into layers far older than the ice above it. The object's dimensions were staggering, larger than any man-made dome ever constructed, ancient or modern. At first, researchers assumed it must be a lava bubble, a natural chamber formed by volcanic activity. But the temperature readings told a different story. The structure emitted a consistent thermal signature, warmer than the surrounding ice by nearly 20 degrees Celsius. This heat was not random. It formed a pattern, 6 equidistant hotspots arranged in a circular layout. Such symmetry is unnatural. Something beneath the ice was producing heat in a controlled, organized way. When news of the anomaly leaked to online forums and fringe research circles, official agencies scrambled to contain it. The satellite data was reclassified. Images disappeared from open databases. A public statement dismissed the findings as data compression artifacts. But it was too late. Copies of the original data had already been saved and analyzed by independent researchers. Among them was Dr. Michael Salla, a historian of secret space programs, and Corey Goode, a self-proclaimed insider with knowledge of deep Earth projects. Their claims were controversial but eerily aligned with the satellite data. They described a massive ancient installation beneath the Antarctic ice, discovered by joint U.S. and international teams decades earlier. According to their testimonies, the structure was not merely a ruin. It was a form of technology, a machine embedded into the planet itself, possibly constructed before the last pole shift. Inside it, they claimed, were corridors, chambers, and inscriptions depicting beings unlike any known civilization on Earth. These accounts might sound like pure science fiction, if not for the corroborating data that kept appearing. In 2018, researchers from the British Antarctic Survey recorded electromagnetic anomalies in the same sector. Instruments designed to detect magnetic flux lines picked up rhythmic oscillations, pulses repeating every 3 seconds, forming a precise sequence similar to encoded data. Initially dismissed as interference, the signals persisted across multiple instruments from different countries, all pointing to the same coordinates. At the same time, American geologists drilling nearby reported core samples containing microscopic metallic fragments unlike any natural mineral. The material displayed properties similar to titanium alloys, but with isotopic ratios not found in terrestrial samples. The fragments were so unusual that they were classified as unknown composite matter in the official report, a label often used when the composition cannot be explained within current metallurgical knowledge. These findings began to suggest that the Antarctic structure might be a relic of lost technology, perhaps from a time when an advanced civilization, or something beyond human, occupied the continent before it froze. If the civilization existed, it must have been capable of building on a planetary scale, integrating architecture with energy systems that could endure under extreme cold for millennia. Meanwhile, a pattern started to emerge across global mythologies. Ancient cultures repeatedly referenced the lost land of the South, a place of light, gods, and knowledge that vanished beneath ice and ocean. The Mayans spoke of a place called Aslan. The Sumerians hinted at Eridu beneath the waters, and the Greeks wrote of Hyperborea, a paradise at the edge of the world where the sun never set. Could all of these myths be distorted memories of a single reality, an ancient civilization wiped out by the same cataclysm that froze Antarctica? In 2019, a leak allegedly from within the U.S. Defense Department surfaced online, a set of blurred, low-resolution images labeled Deep Structure Subglacial Object 47°9S, 8°8E. Though authenticity remains debated, the images appear to show massive stair-like terraces descending into a circular pit, each level geometrically precise. Analysts noted that the proportions of these terraces match sacred ratios found in ancient monuments worldwide, the same proportion seen in the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, and even the megaliths of Göbekli Tepe. Some theorists proposed that these were not coincidences at all. They suggested that all ancient structures, the pyramids, stone circles, and temples scattered across continents, might be echoes of a single master culture that once spanned the globe. A civilization that understood energy, geometry, and resonance in ways we can barely comprehend today. And Antarctica, now buried beneath ice, could have been its capital, its heart, or its final refuge. This interpretation also aligns with sudden global event around 12,000 years ago, when the Younger Dryas period brought about rapid climate shifts and massive flooding. Mainstream geologists agree that something catastrophic occurred. Glaciers melted, sea levels rose, and global temperatures plunged within decades. The same period saw the extinction of megafauna and the collapse of early human cultures. Could the freezing of Antarctica and the disappearance of this alleged civilization have been part of the same global event? If so, then the structure under the ice might be more than a ruin. It might be a time capsule from a pre-cataclysmic age. The electromagnetic pulses, thermal patterns, and metallic echoes could be remnants of its technology still functioning, faintly but persistently, across time. The resonance frequencies recorded by modern instruments might not be random geological noise. They could be the dying hum of machines still trying to operate after tens of thousands of years. In private circles, whispers speak of deeper discoveries, of inscriptions, frozen artifacts, and even preserved biological samples found in chambers below the ice. Though these claims remain unverified, they raise a chilling possibility that whatever lies beneath may not be dead. It may be dormant. Governments remain silent. Researchers who speak publicly are discredited, relocated, or silenced. Every new expedition ends in the same refrain: environmental restrictions, classified findings, or sudden communication blackouts. Yet, the evidence continues to grow, piece by piece, like fragment of a puzzle humanity was never meant to complete. The structure beneath Antarctica is no longer a question of if. It's a question of what. Is it the remnant of an ancient human civilization that reached technological heights before the Ice Age wiped them out? Or is it something far older, something not of human origin at all? Whatever the answer, it remains buried beneath miles of frozen silence, waiting for the ice to melt, for the temperature to rise, for the moment when the world will once again confront the truth it has long forgotten. And as global warming accelerates, that moment may come sooner than anyone expects. When a secret is buried under 2 miles of ice, time itself becomes its guardian. But even the deepest ice cannot remain untouched forever. As the 21st century moves forward, Antarctica's frozen cover is melting faster than ever before. Each year, satellites record massive losses in ice mass, revealing new landforms, ridges, and depressions beneath the white veil. For ordinary scientists, this signals climate crisis. But for a small circle of insiders and researchers, those following trail the subglacial anomaly, the melting is something else entirely, an awakening. In early 2020, a series of high-resolution thermal scans conducted by NASA's Operation Icebridge detected localized heating zones in the Queen Maud Land region, the same sector tied to the earlier dome anomaly. The data was shocking. The ice above certain areas was thinning at a rate inconsistent with any known geothermal or volcanic process. The thermal signatures weren't random. They formed a circular perimeter, as if the ice was being melted from below, evenly distributed in a pattern that mirrored the supposed structure's outline. At first, scientists attributed the phenomenon to hidden geothermal vents. But the pattern didn't behave like one. Natural geothermal activity is chaotic. It comes in irregular bursts. This was consistent, pulsing, mechanical. The ice directly above those hotspots was thinning more rapidly than surrounding areas, creating subtle depressions visible from space. When these images reached independent researchers, it became clear that the structure below wasn't passive. It was interacting with its environment. Then came the seismic data. Instruments installed near the South Pole registered low-frequency vibrations, not tremors, not earthquakes, but rhythmic oscillations in near-perfect intervals. The signals pulsed through the bedrock like a drumbeat, faint but steady. Their origin, the same coordinates as the thermal anomalies. When the frequencies were analyzed, the pattern revealed something eerie, a harmonic resonance similar to engineered oscillators, devices built to maintain stable vibrations and machinery. This was not the signature of nature. It was the whisper of something active. By mid-2020, rumors began to circulate that a team of glaciologists stationed near Vostok Base had stumbled upon something extraordinary. While drilling ice cores analyzed atmospheric gases, they encountered metallic fragments embedded deep within the ice, fragments too smooth, too symmetrical to be natural. According to an unnamed technician, one of the fragments emitted a faint electromagnetic field, still active after what should have been tens of thousands of years frozen in darkness. Shortly after, communication from the team went dark. Officially, their project was postponed due to logistical complications. But those who had seen the preliminary data insisted it wasn't weather or equipment that stopped them. It was intervention. Military aircraft were reportedly seen flying in and out of the area, and soon all references to the expedition vanished from public records. Meanwhile, independent satellite analysts noticed a curious pattern. A restricted airspace zone suddenly appeared over a 60-kilometer radius of Queen Maud Land, citing environmental protection protocols. No-fly restrictions are common in Antarctica, but this one was unusual, temporary, yet precisely over the anomaly site. Around the same time, the South Pole Telescope, SPT, operated by AUS Consortium, picked up unexplained bursts of microwave radiation, short, sharp signals that originated beneath the ice rather than from space. These emissions repeated every few weeks, each time slightly stronger. To the astronomers, they were interference. To others, they were something else, a signal from below, rising in power as the ice retreated. By 2021, environmental data painted a clearer picture. Queen Maud Land's ice sheet was thinning at a rate of 2 meters per year, a record pace. New satellite imaging began to expose massive fissures stretching across the region, some forming geometric alignments impossible for random fractures. One fissure, in particular, curved perfectly along a 30-kilometer arc, the outer edge of the buried dome. It was as though the ice itself was responding to something happening beneath it, fracturing not from stress, but from pressure building below. Something was pushing upward. A research vessel from New Zealand, the Erebus, was reportedly dispatched to collect atmospheric samples near the newly formed fissures. What they found was even stranger, trace gases that shouldn't exist in that environment. Xenon isotopes, neon clusters, and trace elements resembling byproducts of nuclear or plasma energy, all concentrated near the site. When analyzed, these gases suggested a release of heat from an artificial reaction, not a geological one. For the first time, mainstream science began to whisper what independent researchers have been saying for years. There's an energy source beneath Antarctica that we cannot identify. In the following months, strange satellite photos began to circulate online. Long, shadowed depressions across the ice, arranged in near-perfect triangular formations. Though most were dismissed as natural erosion or lighting artifacts, others argued they matched the geometry of air vents or intakes, suggesting an enormous underground complex designed to regulate heat or pressure. If so, the structure wasn't just a single object. It was part of a vast subterranean system, still functioning in some capacity. And then came the leak. A whistleblower known only as Ragnar released a fragment of correspondence allegedly between U.S. and European defense officials. The document referenced subglacial activation events and artificial heat dispersion consistent with power regeneration. While authenticity couldn't be proven, the terminology mirrored language used in classified energy studies. If genuine, it implied that the structure under the ice wasn't simply waking up. It was turning itself back on. Could it be that this massive buried complex had been dormant for millennia, its systems in stasis until environmental changes, like melting ice, trigger reactivation? If so, global warming may have become the key that unlocked the forgotten machine. Ancient myths suddenly take on new meaning when viewed through this lens. Legends of sleeping gods, of machines buried beneath the earth, of engines of the sun hidden in polar regions. Perhaps they were describing this very event. The Hopi spoke of emergent cycles, epics when the Earth's hidden powers awaken to renew or destroy civilizations. The Mahabharata describes weapons that glow like 10,000 suns buried in the ends of the world. Could these myths preserve memories of ancient technology that once reshaped the planet? Scientists now face an impossible question. If there is indeed a source of controlled energy beneath the Antarctic ice, who built it, and for what purpose? Was it meant to sustain life during an ancient cataclysm? Was it a planetary defense mechanism, or perhaps a power generator designed to regulate Earth's magnetic fields? Some theorists even suggest the structure is not of Earth at all, but a relic from before the last pole shift, possibly of extraterrestrial origin, embedded into our planet as a monitoring device or an ark. It would explain the perfect geometry, the uniform heat signatures, and the rhythmic electromagnetic pulses. If that is true, the reactivation of such a device could have profound consequences, not only for Antarctica but for the entire planet. As 2022 and 2023 brought record-breaking ice melt, the world remained unaware of what was happening beneath the surface. Official channels spoke of climate anomalies and data errors, but behind the veil of public silence, the evidence continues to grow. Something beneath Antarctica is heating, vibrating, and possibly stirring after tens of thousands of years of silence. And if the awakening continues, the question won't be how to study it. It will be how to survive it. By the beginning of 2024, whispers about the Antarctic awakening have become too numerous to ignore. What began as a few scattered leaks and anonymous statements had evolved into a pattern, one connecting environmental data, seismic records, and classified operations. Something monumental was happening beneath the ice, and those who were paying attention realized it wasn't random. It was coordinated, cyclical, and growing stronger with each passing season. Mainstream media avoided the story. Universities that once released open data from Antarctica began publishing less and less. Satellite images were scrubbed from public archives, replaced with pixelated placeholders or cloud overlays. Yet the independent researchers persisted, data analysts, amateur cartographers, and former intelligence technicians, quietly piecing together what they could from the scraps that remained. What they found was terrifying. According to thermal data recovered from European Space Agency satellites, the Queen Maud land region, the very site associated with the subglacial dome structure, now exhibited heat emissions over 40 degrees Celsius higher than the surrounding ice sheet. That kind of localized warmth was impossible under normal conditions. There were no volcanoes, no geothermal fissures, no tectonic activity strong enough to produce that signature. Something below was generating heat with the precision of a machine coming online. At the same time, seismic arrays operated by international research teams recorded unprecedented harmonic tremors, vibrations so regular that computer models began interpreting them as mechanical resonance. The pulses increased in frequency over weeks, forming what could only be described as a pattern, a waveform too ordered to be nature's accident. It was as if an enormous engine buried beneath the ice was slowly beginning to rotate, calibrate, and awaken after a slumber lasting thousands of years. Then came the lights. Satellite imagery from orbiting platforms detected short-lived luminous bursts beneath the ice sheet, flashes of blue-white radiance lasting only milliseconds, yet powerful enough to refract through layers of ice miles thick. At first, experts dismissed these as reflections from cosmic rays or solar interference. But when the same lights were captured simultaneously by satellites on opposite ends of the planet, the argument collapsed. These weren't random. They were emanating from below. Researchers noted that the flashes followed the same rhythm as the seismic pulses. One would trigger seconds before each light burst, like a heartbeat, sinking energy, and motion. If this correlation was correct, then the Antarctic structure was not only active but exhibiting intentional, rhythmic energy discharge, possibly as part of an internal activation cycle. Those who dared to speak publicly about it soon found themselves silenced. Dr. Yvonne Kruger, a geophysicist from Hamburg who analyzed the frequency data, disappeared after tweeting that the Antarctic anomaly was behaving like a generator. Her social media accounts were deleted. Her institution denied she ever made such a statement, and her colleagues refused to comment. Around the same time, another researcher, Dr. Luis Moreno from Chile, went missing while leading a drone survey near the ice fissures that had formed over Queen Maud Land. His final radio transmission was chillingly simple. "We found the source." Meanwhile, whispers began circulating in classified defense channels about electromagnetic interference affecting aircraft and satellites near the South Pole. Pilots reported instruments malfunctioning, compasses spinning uncontrollably, and communication blackouts in the same region. One U.S. Air Force C-17 cargo plane reportedly lost all navigation systems for 12 minutes, exactly while passing over the coordinates of the subglacial structure. When systems finally rebooted, The plane's flight path had deviated dozens of miles off course, as if something had scrambled its electronics. The phenomenon quickly gained a code name within certain circles: the signal. It was a name given to mysterious electromagnetic pulses and resonant hum detected deep within the Antarctic crust. The frequency of the signal was measured at exactly 783 hertz, the same as the Earth's natural Schumann resonance. This eerie correspondence drove researchers to one shocking conclusion: whatever was activating beneath Antarctica was not separate from the Earth. It was synchronizing with it. If true, that would mean the buried structure was designed to interface directly with planetary systems, magnetic fields, tectonic vibrations, atmospheric charge. Some began speculating that it wasn't merely a structure at all, but a planetary mechanism, perhaps a stabilizer or regulator, capable of influencing the very frequencies that sustain life and weather. Certain ancient texts, long considered myth, seem to describe this very concept. The Zohar, an ancient Kabbalistic manuscript, speaks of a sleeping engine of the earth in the lands of eternal ice that shall awaken in the last age to balance the forces of the world. Similarly, the Maya Popova describes gods who descend into the frozen sea to reset the heart of the world. Were these metaphors, or distant memories of something once real, something buried beneath the pole? By mid-2024, a leaked report from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, allegedly confirmed that multiple satellites had detected directed energy emissions from the Antarctic interior. The report warned that the emissions could affect the magnetospheric balance and potentially interfere with global communications or navigation systems. In other words, the world's magnetic field might be subtly shifting in response to whatever was awakening under the ice. Even more alarming were the results of deep radar interferometry conducted from orbit. The scans revealed a network of massive hollow channels extending outward from the central dome, some stretching for hundreds of kilometers. The corridors were evenly spaced, geometrically precise, and exhibited reflective properties consistent with metallic or crystalline materials. Whatever lay beneath was not a random ruin. It was a vast engineered complex, buried intentionally and constructed with technology that modern science could barely comprehend. Theories began to emerge. Some researchers speculated that the Antarctic complex might have been built by an ancient human civilization, perhaps survivors of a pre-ice age cataclysm, who created the installation as a sanctuary or power source. Others proposed a far older origin, connecting it to legends of beings known as the Elder Architects or Watchers, entities said to have come from the stars and guided early humanity. But the most chilling theory of all came from astrophysicist Dr. Caleb Mason, who suggested that the structure could be a planetary defense system, a dormant technology designed to shield Earth from cosmic radiation or external interference. His warning was simple: if the machine is turning on, it's because something has triggered it. What that something might be is anyone's guess. Some blame global warming, suggesting that the melting ice has exposed or reactivated energy conduits sealed for millennia. Others think it's the increasing electromagnetic interference caused by satellites and human technology that may have woken the machine. But a growing number of researchers fear the truth may be cosmic, that the structure was built to respond to celestial alignments or external signals, and that its reactivation marks the beginning of a planetary event cycle repeating across eons. Whatever the explanation, the world stands at a threshold. For now, the activity beneath Antarctica remains hidden behind classified reports, manipulated data, and the icy silence of official denial. But with every passing year, the evidence becomes harder to conceal. The lights continue to flicker beneath the ice. The resonance grows louder. The Earth's magnetic field subtly wavers. And if this is indeed a planetary mechanism awakening after thousands of years, then its next phase may not be limited to Antarctica. The pulse could spread through oceans, across continents, into the very heart of human civilization. The countdown, some believe, has already begun. By early 2025, the world had begun to sense that something was wrong, though few could say exactly what. Compasses in certain parts of the southern hemisphere began to behave erratically. Satellite communication systems occasionally glitched, even when atmospheric conditions were stable. Magnetometers, those silent guardians of the Earth's invisible fields, began recording anomalies, disturbances in the planet's electromagnetic balance that defied all known explanations. Publicly, scientists attributed these irregularities to solar activity or magnetic drift. But behind closed doors, researchers knew that the numbers didn't match. The pattern wasn't random. It was rhythmic, pulsing, almost alive. Every 12 days, a spike would occur, a faint, recurring oscillation in the Earth's magnetic field. Epicenter of those readings? Once again, Queen Maud Land, Antarctica. The pulses correlated with seismic tremors deep below the ice, the same harmonic frequencies recorded since 2020. But the strength had increased exponentially. The signal, once barely detectable, now resonated across hemispheres. Observatories in Chile, South Africa, and even Australia began to pick up its faint hum. Infrasound sensors registered an inaudible but consistent vibration, one that could be felt as subtle unease in those sensitive to low-frequency waves. To the public, it was nothing. To those watching closely, it was a sound of something enormous coming online. Around March of 2025, leaked reports began to circulate within academic networks. A group of geophysicists working for the European Polar Research Alliance, EPRA, had allegedly managed to triangulate the exact coordinates of the strongest electromagnetic emissions beneath the Antarctic ice. Their findings pointed to a centralized energy hub, roughly 4,000 meters below the surface, the deepest point ever mapped in that region. The data suggested not just a single structure, but a network of interlinked chambers, connected by straight, narrow conduits that extended for miles in every direction. What stunned the researchers most was a material composition indicated by radar returns. The surfaces reflected radar signals as though they were metallic or crystalline, yet the depth and density implied a strength beyond any known alloy. It was as if the installation had been constructed from a substance both artificial and indestructible, a material designed to endure eons of pressure and freezing temperatures. The report, initially classified, somehow leaked through encrypted academic servers. Within days, it spread across hidden online communities, sparking global debate. Some hailed it as a proof of Atlantis, others as evidence of extraterrestrial involvement. The mainstream dismissed it as fabrication. But then quietly, the EPRA server was shut down and all digital records of the report were erased. Still, one paragraph from the leak survived, quoted in dozens of reposts and screenshots. The geometry of the central structure is non-random. It exhibits harmonic symmetry consistent with mathematical constants found in both terrestrial and cosmic scales, notably phi and pi. The spatial alignment suggests a purpose beyond habitation. It appears to be a mechanism. A mechanism, not a ruin, not a temple, a machine. That single word changed everything. If what lay beneath Antarctica was mechanical, then its design was intentional, its function precise. It wasn't just something left behind. It was something meant to operate. The implications were staggering. What kind of beings could have built such a device? And what was it built to do? As the world speculated, events on the surface began to escalate. On June 7, 2025, scientists at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station recorded a massive surge of geomagnetic energy unlike anything previously measured. The surge lasted exactly 13 minutes and 52 seconds. During that time, the aurora australis, the southern lights, flared with unprecedented brightness, visible even from northern latitudes where it had never been seen before. The colors were unnatural, electric white, cobalt blue, and deep crimson. The aurora danced in spirals, rotating around an invisible point directly above Queen Maud Land. Cameras captured cylindrical columns of light, descending toward the ice, as if energy from the atmosphere was being drawn into the ground. To ordinary viewers, it was a breathtaking display. To those who understood the coordinates, it was something far more unsettling. The machine was charging. Following the event, the Antarctic Treaty Nations quietly enacted a new clause, restricting all civilian and non-approved research in high-activity thermal zones. Access was limited only to strategic scientific partners. Almost immediately afterward, an influx of unmarked cargo planes began landing at remote Antarctic airstrips. A temporary research facility, rumored to be operated jointly by the U.S., China, and Russia, appeared on satellite images before being digitally censored from online maps. Insiders began referring to this covert operation as Project Morningstar. According to an anonymous source within a European defense contractor, Morningstar's objective was to contain and observe subglacial activity of potential technological origin. The language was cautious, bureaucratic, but the implication was obvious. The world's major powers knew something was happening, and they were preparing for it. Then came the most alarming revelation of all. Electrical disturbances across the globe appear to sync with the Antarctic pulses. Power grids flickered in brief, unexplainable surges. Navigation systems misaligned by fractions of degrees. In some regions, animals behaved erratically, whales beaching themselves en masse, birds migrating off course, herds of animals moving toward the poles. It was as if the entire biosphere sensed something humanity could not. Some researchers proposed a radical theory, that the Antarctic structure was resonating with Earth's core, creating harmonic interference across the planet's electromagnetic field. In simpler terms, the machine was awakening, and the planet was responding. Ancient records seem to echo this moment. Sumerian tablets described the sleeping towers of the gods that once sang beneath the world. The Book of Enoch spoke of angels imprisoned under the cold mountains until the final day. Tibetan lamas, when interviewed decades ago, described prophecies of a sound beneath the south that would signal the end of the Fourth Age. For centuries, these stories were dismissed as metaphor. Now, they felt more like warnings. Meanwhile, seismic scans revealed that the bedrock beneath Queen Maud Land had begun to shift slightly upward, a vertical movement of mere centimeters. But in geological terms, that's enormous. Something massive was exerting pressure from below, as though the structure itself was rising. By late 2025, satellite photos captured strange discolorations on the surface of the ice, faint circular outlines spanning tens of kilometers. Glaciologists argued these were natural depressions formed by meltwater, but the precision was too perfect, the edges too clean. To the trained eye, it looked like an enormous shape pushing against the ice from underneath. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the electromagnetic surges stopped. For weeks, instruments fell silent. No pulses, no heat spikes, no tremors. It was as if the machine had gone back to sleep. Relief swept through research stations. Perhaps it was over. But deep beneath the ice, the story was far from done. New radar scan detected a massive void, an empty space where solid bedrock should have been. It was as if a section of Earth's crust had been hollowed out. Inside that void, faint residual energy remained, forming a swirling magnetic vortex, unlike any natural phenomenon. One scientist, whose identity remains unknown, reportedly wrote in a leaked memo, "The machine is no longer dormant. It's waiting for something, a signal, an alignment, or a command. If this is true, then the structure beneath Antarctica may not simply be ancient. It may still be functional. Perhaps its builders designed it to remain inactive until a specific celestial or environmental condition was met. Perhaps that condition is now here. And if that's the case, humanity may be standing on the edge of a revelation or an event that will change everything we believe about our planet, our past, and our place in the universe." In the months following the great Antarctic silence of late 2025, a strange calm settled over the world's research community. The media had moved on to other stories, wars, markets, elections, and Antarctica once again slipped back into the quiet corner of the collective consciousness. But beneath the surface of official calm, a small group of scientists and investigators continued to watch, and what they were finding suggested that the silence was not an end at all, but a pause. Satellite-based magnetic observation networks began picking up faint, residual patterns of energy still emanating from a Queen Maud Land region. Unlike the intense surges that had preceded the event months earlier, these were slow, steady pulses, almost imperceptible to human senses, yet mathematically precise. The frequency of these pulses matched the Schumann resonance of Earth once again, 783 Hertz. It was as if the machine beneath the ice had stabilized, syncing perfectly with the planet's own natural frequency. Some scientists propose that this stabilization might indicate the completion of an initial activation cycle, that whatever had awakened beneath the ice was now integrating itself into the planet's electromagnetic system. That would mean that Earth itself had just gained a new unknown component, one buried under thousands of meters of ice, quietly interfacing with the magnetic field that touches every compass, every circuit, every living being. Meanwhile, subtle but measurable changes began appearing all over the globe. The North Magnetic Pole's drift, which had been steadily moving toward Siberia for decades, suddenly slowed down, almost as if some counterforce was resisting it. Lightning storms increased in frequency and intensity, and atmospheric scientists noticed that the upper ionosphere was carrying slightly higher electrical potential than ever recorded. None of these phenomena alone were alarming, but together they hinted at something larger, interconnected. The few independent researchers still tracking the Antarctic anomaly began to ask the question no one in official circles dared to voice. Was the Earth itself being recalibrated? Among them was a private research coalition known as the Argo Group, composed of physicists, cryptographers, and data scientists who had left academia after being pressured to abandon their Antarctic studies. They worked in secrecy, using repurposed satellite feeds, declassified sonar maps, and data scraped from maritime sensors. Their analysis uncovered a series of recurring global resonances, patterns of magnetic fluctuation that travel from pole to pole, echoing around the Earth every 26 hours. At first glance, it looked like interference, but deeper analysis revealed geometric order. The resonances formed triangulated energy pathways, connecting specific points around the globe, and many of those points corresponded to ancient megalithic sites: Giza, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, Göbekli Tepe, and Stonehenge. It was as though the Antarctic structure was communicating, or synchronizing, with the planet's oldest monuments. The idea sounded insane, but the math didn't lie. Each magnetic pulse aligned with latitude and longitude coordinates that, when plotted on a 3D model of the Earth, created a precise geodesic grid, resembling a planetary circuit board. The geometry was too perfect to be coincidence. Could it be that the ancients knew of this network, or even helped build it? The Argo Group's lead researcher, Dr. Elias Rath, suggested that humanity might have rediscovered only one node of a far greater system, a system that once covered the planet. We've always thought of ancient monuments as temples or observatories, he said in a recorded message later leaked to public. But what if they were antennas, resonance chambers designed to interface with something buried deep beneath the ice? Within weeks of the leak, the Argo Group's website vanished, their servers confiscated by an unspecified agency. Dr. Rath and his team went dark, yet fragments of their findings continued to circulate: diagrams, magnetic resonance data, and even a supposed sonar map showing tunnels beneath Antarctica that extended far beyond its continental limits, possibly connecting to oceanic trench systems thousands of kilometers away. If true, that would mean the Antarctic structure wasn't isolated. It was a hub, part of a planetary network that extended beneath oceans and continents, perhaps linking every ancient sacred site ever built. To those who study the esoteric, this revelation made eerie sense. Esoteric traditions from Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Tibet all describe the Earth as a living entity, a world being with energy veins and chakras that correspond to sacred sites. In their mythology, these were points of power where heaven and earth connected. Modern science had long dismissed this as symbolic, but now, with magnetic anomalies tracing geometric lines across the globe, the old myths began to sound disturbingly literal. As researchers traced these connections, they noticed something even stranger. The resonance lines were moving. Every few days, their paths would shift slightly, as if recalibrating. The global grid appeared dynamic, alive, and at its heart, Antarctica pulsed with steady, deliberate rhythm. Then came a breakthrough from a completely different field: astronomy. Astrophysicists monitoring solar activity noticed a subtle but synchronized pattern. Every time the Antarctic structure emitted one of its low-frequency pulses, the solar wind flux directed toward Earth shifted ever so slightly. It was as though the planet itself was adjusting its electromagnetic shield in response. Could the Antarctic mechanism be part of Earth's defense system, designed to regulate solar and cosmic radiation? A recently declassified Cold War document hinted at something similar. In 1962, after the U.S. detonated a high-altitude nuclear test known as Starfish Prime, military scientists observed unexpected magnetic disturbances that lasted weeks longer than predicted. A handwritten note in the margin of one report read, "Field feedback detected. Unknown origin, possibly polar." No one had understood it then, but looking back now, it seemed the Antarctic mechanism may have reacted to the artificial disturbance, an automatic planetary response, perhaps triggered by a shock to the Earth's magnetic balance. As more fragments of evidence surfaced, another theory took hold among those who dared to connect the dots. What if the structure wasn't built by humans at all, but by a pre-human intelligence that existed on Earth long before recorded history? An intelligence capable of understanding the planet's energy systems, manipulating its fields, and constructing vast, self-sustaining machines that could survive extinction-level events? Some pointed to the fossil record's gaps, the unexplained jumps in human evolution, and the sudden appearance of advanced knowledge in early civilizations. Could it be that these ancient builders, whoever or whatever they were, had designed the Antarctic structure to protect or reset the planet in times of cosmic crisis? If that were true, then its reactivation might mean that the Earth is once again approaching a critical point, environmental, magnetic, or even astronomical. Perhaps it has sensed something we cannot, an approaching alignment or external force that threatens planetary stability. As these theories circulated through underground networks, something chilling happened. The temperature of the Antarctic ice sheet began to rise again, this time in an even global gradient. The warming wasn't local, like before. It was systematic, uniform, as though controlled. Meteorologists couldn't explain it, but to those who had been following the mystery, the pattern was clear. The machine beneath the ice was entering its next phase. And if the first phase had synchronized it with the planet, then the second phase, whatever it was, might extend that synchronization beyond Earth itself, toward the stars. For centuries, myth spoke of a connection between heaven and earth, of ancient gates and celestial machinery. What if those weren't metaphors? What if humanity had just rediscovered the control system of a living planet, and that system was now turning its attention outward? The silence that had once comforted the scientific community now felt ominous, because when a machine stops making noise, it doesn't always mean it has shut down. Sometimes it means it's begun to listen. The winter of 2026 arrived, and with it came a series of strange celestial events that would send shockwaves through both the scientific community and those who had been following the whispers of the Antarctic enigma. For decades, Earth's skies had followed predictable rhythms: solar cycles, auroral displays, meteor showers. But this year, the heavens behaved differently. Astronomers around the globe began reporting an anomalous increase in high-energy cosmic rays, flooding the upper atmosphere with radiation levels far beyond forecast models. At first, this was attributed to an active sunspot region, yet the solar wind readings didn't support that explanation. The flux wasn't coming from the sun. It was arriving through an unknown vector, originating from deep space, beyond the solar system. The strangest part? The trajectory of these cosmic waves intersected Earth's southern magnetic field line, converging almost perfectly above Antarctica's Queen Maud Land, the same coordinates where the subglacial structure pulsed quietly beneath miles of ice. For those who had been following the mystery, it was a confirmation they dreaded. The machine wasn't just reacting to Earth. It was responding to something beyond it. Within weeks of these observations, new data from a European Space Agency's Cluster 2 satellites showed a pattern of magnetic deflection emanating from Antarctica, subtle, rhythmic shifts in Earth's magnetosphere synchronized with the incoming cosmic rays. It was as if the planet were generating a controlled magnetic shield, deflecting part of the cosmic influx. But the frequencies didn't align with any known terrestrial response. They were too precise, too engineered. Privately, a handful of physicists began to suspect the unthinkable, that the subglacial structure was not simply a dormant artifact, but a planetary defense mechanism, possibly designed to interact with celestial energy. If so, it meant the builders possessed a knowledge that transcended anything humanity could yet comprehend, a fusion of planetary engineering and cosmic physics capable of manipulating space weather phenomena on a global scale. As the phenomenon continued, atmospheric scientists noticed other anomalies. The auroras, once confined to polar skies, began appearing further and further from their natural zones. Over South America, blue and violet auroras shimmered where they had never been seen before. In New Zealand, Witnesses described a vast spiral of light stretching from horizon to horizon, a luminous vortex that flickered for nearly an hour before vanishing into the night. It wasn't just the lights. Reports emerged of a low-frequency hum, a vibration felt, not heard, resonating through ground across several southern hemisphere nations. Sensitive recording devices captured a consistent tone at 783 hertz. The Schumann resonance once again, but amplified thousands of times beyond normal levels. The Earth was literally singing, and the source of its song pointed south, toward the frozen continent. Meanwhile, deep within research networks, a classified memo began circulating among scientists tied to Project Morningstar. The document, marked Level 7 clearance, contained a chilling observation. Magnetic field disturbances now appear responsive to external stimuli. Recent cosmic wave impact recorded at 5:12 Universal Time correlated with an instantaneous power surge from sub-ice Node 1. The system reacted autonomously, no human input detected. It appears to be defensive behavior. Defensive behavior. The phrase sparked global alarm among those few who saw it. Could the ancient mechanism be sentient, or at least self-regulating? A machine aware of environmental threats and capable of autonomous reaction? Those who had access to deeper archives began cross-referencing historical records, searching for other times Earth had experienced such cosmic surges. What they found was a disturbing pattern. Approximately every 12,600 years, the planet had undergone a massive electromagnetic disturbance, accompanied by climatic and geological upheaval. Extinction-level events known only through fragmented geological and mythological records. The Younger Dryas impact around 12,800 years ago. The Pleistocene extinctions. The sudden collapse of global temperatures. Each of these cataclysms coincided with an anomalous spike in cosmic radiation, preserved as isotopic evidence in ice cores and sediment layers. It appeared that Earth's magnetic field had weakened dramatically during those eras, and yet, somehow, the planet had survived. Could it be that the Antarctic mechanism had activated during those events to stabilize the planet, to prevent total collapse? If so, humanity was now witnessing that process beginning again. As data accumulated, more disturbing correlations emerged. Seismic sensors in the South Pacific began recording deep harmonic tremors, similar to those detected under the Antarctic ice years earlier. These tremors propagated through the Earth's crust in wave-like patterns, as though the entire planet were becoming part of a synchronized vibration, one being orchestrated from a central source beneath the ice. A group of researchers from Japan's National Institute of Polar Research theorized that this was evidence of a planetary resonance field, a massive energy system linking Earth's magnetic core, tectonic plates, and atmosphere in a unified circuit. They suggested that the Antarctic mechanism was essentially an interface, regulating the planet's resonance to prevent instability. But not everyone agreed it was benevolent. An anonymous whistleblower claiming to be part of Defense Research Task Force leaked a series of redacted documents suggesting that the structure's activation could destabilize Earth's magnetosphere, leading to global blackouts, navigation chaos, and atmospheric collapse. The documents proposed that what scientists were calling a defense system might actually be an ancient weapon, a device capable of altering electromagnetic polarity on a planetary scale. His final message before disappearing read, "They think it's protecting us, but protection and control are two sides of the same coin." This theory aligned disturbingly well with certain mythological parallels. In the Book of Enoch, the fallen watchers were described as beings who taught the secrets of the heavens to men and built great machines beneath the mountains that would turn the skies as a wheel. In Hopi prophecy, there exists a legend of the Red Kachina, a celestial force awakening Earth's shield before a great cleansing. Even the ancient Vedas mention Vimanas, celestial machines said to regulate the breath of the world. Could these ancient myths be distorted memories of the same event, recurring every age? Was the shield of Earth something the ancients once knew and feared? Around this time, NASA's Parker Solar Probe recorded an unexpected anomaly. A powerful burst of plasma deflected away from Earth's southern magnetic pole in a perfect spiral pattern, as if redirected by an invisible magnetic lens. In the days that followed, the cosmic ray flux diminished sharply. Whatever had caused the deflection had done so with surgical precision. It was undeniable now. The structure beneath Antarctica was no passive relic. It was active. It had intervened in a cosmic event, intentionally or automatically, altering the flow of space weather around Earth. But then, in late September 2026, something else happened. Something no one could explain. For 3 nights, the southern sky over Antarctica glowed not with auroras, but with a single column of light ascending from the ice into the heavens. Pilots on high-altitude routes described it as a pale blue pillar stretching infinitely upward. Satellites confirmed the beam's existence, recording electromagnetic readings that spiked beyond measurable thresholds. The light lasted precisely 33 hours and 33 minutes before fading, leaving behind a circular zone of heated atmosphere, as if space itself had been briefly open or charged. Astrophysicists later noted that during that same 33-hour window, the cosmic ray bombardment ceased entirely. For the first time in over a year, the radiation flux dropped to zero. The implications were staggering. Had the machine somehow intercepted or neutralized the cosmic influx? Had it erected a planetary-scale shield? And if it had, then another, more terrifying question emerged. From what? Whatever the answer, those who studied the Antarctic mystery began to suspect that this was not humanity's first encounter with the phenomenon. The builders of the mechanism, whoever they were, had designed it to awaken when the skies turned hostile, when the cosmic balance tipped too far. The cycle was repeating, and the machine was following its programming. But this time, humans were watching, documenting, interfering, and the more we looked into the abyss beneath the ice, the more it seemed to look back. By early 2027, the world had entered an uneasy quiet, the kind that settles not from peace, but from a collective, unspoken fear. Governments issued no statements about the mysterious Antarctic light column. The event was officially classified as a rare atmospheric optical phenomenon, an explanation so vague that even mainstream outlets hesitated to repeat it. But those who monitored the southern skies knew better. The beam of light had not been a trick of the atmosphere. It was a signal, and it had changed something fundamental about the planet. In the weeks that followed the event, subtle but measurable shifts began occurring across the globe. Magnetometers recorded a stabilization of Earth's magnetic field, which, for decades, had been slowly weakening. Compass deviations decreased, migratory patterns among animals corrected, and even the planet's Van Allen radiation belts appeared to strengthen, reducing the volume of charged particles bombarding Earth's surface. It was as if the invisible shield surrounding the planet had been renewed, repaired by some unseen hand. But alongside these positive effects came anomalies that defied explanation. Power grids in high-latitude regions experienced synchronized frequency distortions, oscillations that occurred every 13 hours, always originating near the South Pole. Communication satellites briefly desynchronized, and sensitive equipment began picking up bursts of low-frequency radio noise, almost like digital data packets, repeating the same pattern over and over. The message was indecipherable, but the rhythm was consistent, deliberate. Whatever had happened under the Antarctic ice had not only altered Earth's electromagnetic field, it had also begun transmitting. A small team of independent analysts, calling themselves the Kronos Array, began decoding the repeating bursts. Using spectrogram analysis, they discovered that the signal contained harmonic intervals corresponding to the Fibonacci sequence, a pattern found in both nature and mathematical design. The pulses weren't random interference. They were structured communication, encoded information traveling on an electromagnetic carrier wave. When the Kronos Array published their preliminary findings, their website was taken down within hours. The group's social media accounts vanished, and their lead researcher, a cryptographer named Dr. Marin Al-Khatib, was reported missing 2 days later. Her last post read simply, "It's not from here. It's talking to something out there." For the next several months, the signal persisted, sometimes fluctuating in intensity, sometimes fading entirely, only to return stronger. Astronomers noticed that whenever the signal peaked, radio telescopes in space detected strange background distortions in the direction of the constellation Eridanus, a long, meandering region of the southern sky known for its cold spot, a vast area of cosmic microwave background radiation that remains inexplicably empty. Could the Antarctic mechanism be communicating with something in deep space, perhaps a source near the Eridanus void? Or was it responding to a signal coming from there? The question reopened old wounds in the scientific world. For years, theories had circulated suggesting that the Eridanus void might be evidence of a cosmic anomaly, possibly even a remnant of an ancient interdimensional event. Now, with Antarctica's subglacial machine transmitting in perfect alignment with that region, speculation surged that the two were somehow connected. Among ancient myths, Eridanus has always been significant. The Greeks called it the river of the sky, said to be the path of fallen gods cast out of heaven. In Egyptian cosmology, it was a celestial river through which the souls of the pharaohs traveled after death, a bridge between worlds. The coincidence was impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, data from deep ice boreholes drilled decades earlier began to show unexpected results. Cores taken from the Queen Maud Land region contained microscopic metallic particles not found anywhere else on Earth, materials with lattice structures far too uniform to occur naturally. When analyzed, these fragments displayed superconductive properties at temperatures close to absolute zero. Some speculated they were remnants of the machine's outer shell. Others believed they were residue from whatever energy event had occurred when the light column erupted skyward. If these materials were indeed artificial, they were beyond human capability, perhaps even beyond the limits of modern physics. The structure beneath the ice might not just be ancient, it might be non-terrestrial. Around this time, a declassified Soviet-era document resurfaced in an obscure online archive. Dated 1967, it described a secret operation called Project Boreas, in which a Russian expedition allegedly detected a magnetic cavity deep beneath Queen Maud Land. The document claimed that strange radio emissions had been recorded, signals repeating every 1 hours, identical to what modern sensors were now observing. This revelation suggested something chilling. The Antarctic mechanism had activated before. Perhaps not fully, perhaps briefly, but enough to send out the same rhythmic pulse nearly 60 years earlier. Whatever force now stirred beneath the ice had awakened in cycles, possibly aligning with cosmic events or orbital positions. A few fringe astronomers propose a radical theory. The machine's activation may be tied to Earth's position within the solar system's electromagnetic web, the invisible lattice of plasma currents connecting planets and stars. They believe the Antarctic structure functioned as a planetary node, a point of interface between Earth's internal energy and the cosmic network that threads through the galaxy. To mainstream scientists, it sounded like mysticism dressed in physics. But ancient texts across civilizations told eerily similar stories. The Dogon of Mali spoke of the star connection beneath the waters of South. The Aborigines of Australia described a song in the ice that called to stars every few generations. And in the Vedic scriptures, the pole of the world was said to be the navel of the universe, from which divine energy flowed between worlds. What if those myths were distant memories? Descriptions of a time when the Antarctic mechanism last activated, sending or receiving signals across the cosmos. As the global magnetic field stabilized, something else began to change: human consciousness itself. Across the world, reports surfaced of people experiencing vivid, recurring dreams of glowing cities beneath ice, of vast humming chambers and spiral symbols of light. Psychologists dismissed them as coincidence, but EEG studies revealed something astonishing. During these dreams, the brain's electrical activity synchronized at exactly 783 hertz, the same resonance now pulsing beneath Antarctica. It was as if the Earth, or the mechanism within it, had begun broadcasting directly into the minds of its inhabitants. Those sensitive to electromagnetic frequencies reported feeling drawn toward the south, experiencing déjà vu, time distortion, and a haunting sense of remembrance, as though something deep within the human collective memory was being reawakened. The idea spread that the Antarctic structure wasn't just a machine, it was a repository of memory, an ancient archive that once stored the consciousness of a lost civilization, now slowly reawakening through resonance. This concept found support in the field of quantum archaeology, the study of consciousness and data persistence across time and matter. Some theorists suggested that the Antarctic device might use quantum entanglement to preserve and transmit information across eons, perhaps even restoring the knowledge of its creators when environmental conditions were right. Could it be that humanity's own dreams were fragments of those ancient memories bleeding back into awareness? Governments began quietly restricting travel to Antarctica altogether, citing environmental preservation. Flights over the continent were rerouted, and research access was suspended indefinitely. Yet, satellite data leaked by an insider at the European Space Agency revealed something incredible. Beneath the thickest part of the ice, a faint circular glow persisted, visible in the infrared spectrum. The structure was no longer dormant. It was active, constantly emitting low-level thermal energy, as though maintaining internal systems. And the signal, that rhythmic, Fibonacci-coded transmission, was still broadcasting. But now, it wasn't only heading outward into space. Radio telescopes detected a faint echo returning, matching the signal's pattern with a delay of exactly 12 minutes. Something or someone out there had answered. No one could say what the reply meant. No one could even prove what sent it. But the timing, the frequency, and the alignment all pointed to one conclusion that even the skeptics could not ignore. Whatever machine beneath Antarctica was built for, it had completed contact. And now, for the first time in recorded history, Earth might not be the only one speaking. The world had changed, subtly at first, then unmistakably. By the time global monitoring agencies confirmed that the signal had received an echo, it was already too late to suppress it. News leaked through encrypted forums, anonymous whistleblowers, and even intercepted military transmissions. The Antarctic mechanism, now called the resonator by independent researchers, had entered a new phase of operation. What had once been a mystery buried beneath the ice was now an active participant in a dialogue across the stars. For weeks after the echo, radio telescopes around the world detected faint bursts of electromagnetic radiation, repeating at precise intervals. Each transmission consisted of a structured pulse train, 3 ascending frequencies, followed by a long harmonic wave that decayed gradually. It was as if the Earth itself had become a transmitter, and the Antarctic structured antenna. When the return signal was decoded into visual data, researchers discovered something extraordinary: a geometric pattern, a series of concentric circles intersected by spiraling arms, resembling both a galactic formation and the blueprint of a machine. At first glance, it looked eerily similar to the flower of life, a sacred geometry symbol found in ancient cultures from Egypt to Mesopotamia, even etched into the walls of the Temple of Osiris at Abydos. But the digital data went further. Embedded within the pattern was a mathematical constant matching the Schumann resonance, the natural frequency of Earth's electromagnetic field. In other words, the return signal wasn't random. It was a mirror response, a kind of cosmic handshake acknowledging the resonance between 2 connected systems, one terrestrial, one beyond comprehension. Scientists were split into factions. Some argued that the return signal was a natural reflection caused by plasma lensing in the ionosphere. Others insisted it was proof of intelligent communication. The debate turned vicious, but a silent race began behind the scenes. Intelligence agencies from multiple countries activated dormant research facilities in the southern hemisphere. Private aerospace companies received lucrative contracts for polar communication experiments. And beneath the surface, shadow networks of researchers began collaborating through encrypted systems, trading data under the code name Project Arcadia. Project Arcadia's central hypothesis was audacious: that the Antarctic structure was not a relic of an ancient civilization, but rather a construct left behind intentionally as part of a galactic communication lattice. According to their data models, the resonator acted as an anchor, a stabilizing node in a planetary grid of harmonic energy, designed to maintain synchronization between cosmic bodies capable of sustaining life. This theory aligned disturbingly well with a series of ancient myths found scattered across human history. In Sumerian tablets, the Anunnaki were said to have installed beacons of the gods at the poles to speak with the heavens. In the Mahabharata, there was mention of the crystal gate below the southern ocean that hums with the voice of the divine. Even Plato's dialogues about Atlantis hinted at a source of power near the icy waters of the far south. For centuries, these had been dismissed as allegory. Now, they seemed almost like encoded warnings. Meanwhile, new evidence from seismic readings revealed that the Antarctic ice sheet above the resonator had begun melting from beneath, not from global warming, but from a heat source emanating from deep below, nearly 700 meters down. Thermal imaging showed temperatures rising steadily, forming a perfect circular pattern, as though an internal mechanism had reactivated after eons of dormancy. Then came the most unsettling discovery. A drone probe deployed by a private consortium captured magnetic anomalies hovering just above the ice. These invisible zones distorted radio frequencies, bent compass readings, and caused electrical surges in equipment. When plotted spatially, the anomalies formed a spiral array, perfectly matching the pattern in the return signal from space. It was as if the Earth itself was beginning to synchronize with an external frequency, tuning like an instrument awaiting the next note. As the phenomenon intensified, strange atmospheric effects appeared worldwide. Auroras danced at latitudes where they had never been seen before. Brazil, Saudi Arabia, even the Mediterranean. These weren't typical green auroras, but brilliant cascades of violet and gold, flickering in geometric patterns. Pilots reported luminous structures forming in the upper atmosphere, like hexagonal lattices suspended in the night sky. And then came the human effects. Hospitals began receiving patients with inexplicable neurological symptoms, heightened perception, memory recall of unknown events, and spontaneous bursts of electromagnetic sensitivity. EEG readings displayed perfect coherence between hemispheres of the brain, a phenomenon typically associated with deep meditative or altered states. Some claimed they could hear the resonance beneath the earth, describing it as a low, melodic vibration that filled their minds when they were near running water or natural stone formations. One man in Chile was recorded sketching complex diagrams while in a trance-like state. When analyzed, his drawings bore the same geometric design embedded in the return signal. He claimed the patterns weren't his, that they were being sent through him. He also repeated a phrase over and over in an unknown language. Linguistic analysis suggested it was Proto-Sumerian, a language lost for more than 5,000 years. It became clear that the signal wasn't only technological, it was psychotropic, affecting consciousness itself. Perhaps the resonator wasn't designed merely to communicate, but to awaken. In response, several governments quietly initiated containment protocols. Satellite access to Antarctic coordinates was restricted. Civilian observation satellites found their feeds disrupted by maintenance outages, and scientific teams stationed near the South Pole were recalled without explanation. Still, leaks continued. A covert audio transmission released anonymously on a shortwave frequency captured what sounded like a rhythmic pulse, beneath which a faint voice, or perhaps multiple voices, could be heard chanting in unison. Spectral analysis showed the audio waveform contained non-human harmonics, frequencies outside the range of biological vocal cords. Experts in psychoacoustics compared it to resonant entrainment, the process by which synchronized sound waves can alter human neural patterns. The implication was profound. The Antarctic mechanism might be broadcasting a frequency of alignment not just outward into space, but inward, into the collective human mind. Ancient mystery schools spoke of the tone of origin, a primordial sound that connects all consciousness. Egyptian priests called it the voice of Ta. Tibetan monks referred to it as Om, the vibration that birthed the universe. Now, the Antarctic resonators seem to be reawakening that forgotten frequency, perhaps as part of a cycle long predicted in esoteric traditions, the return of the signal, marking the beginning of a new epoch of awareness. Religious leaders around the world were divided. Some declared it the voice of God, a sign of divine communication. Others warned that it could be the great deception, an ancient intelligence returning to reclaim what it once ruled. A Vatican communique, leaked to a small Italian newspaper, referred cryptically to an event beneath the ice that fulfills the third prophecy of Fatima. In popular culture, the event became mythic almost overnight. Conspiracy networks buzzed with theories, from alien gateways to ancient AI. Documentaries were censored, but mirror copies continued to circulate on the deep web. A movement calling itself the Resonance formed. Believers who claimed the Antarctic pulse was humanity's awakening call and began meditating at exact intervals matching the signal. Reports surfaced of coordinated dreams, shared visions, and unexplainable synchronicities among participants. But amid the chaos, a handful of scientists noticed something even more unsettling. The interval between the outgoing and returning signals was shrinking. The 12-minute delay had become 11 minutes, then 10, 5. The two signals were approaching synchronization, as though the source in deep space, whatever it was getting closer. In theoretical physics, such a phenomenon would suggest either a shift in space-time curvature or a direct movement of the communicating entity. But if the signal wasn't just being received but mirrored, if the same frequency was being emitted both here and there, it could mean that the 2 points were phasing into alignment. If true, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the first time, scientists considered the terrifying possibility that the Antarctic structure wasn't just sending or receiving, it was preparing. The resonance wasn't communication, it was calibration. And when full synchronization was achieved, the veil separating the two connected worlds might not just thin, it might collapse entirely. Across the world, unease began to grow, a kind of psychic static that crept into human awareness, like a background hum no one could shut off. By now, the Antarctic resonator had achieved near-constant activity. Instruments detected harmonic pulses not only from its subterranean core, but also reflected to the Earth's magnetosphere, creating standing waves that oscillated in perfect resonance with the planet's natural frequencies. To the untrained observer, nothing appeared different. But to those who watched the data, it was clear. The Earth itself was changing tune. The phenomenon didn't stop at electromagnetic shifts. Subtle but measurable temporal distortions began to emerge. Atomic clocks in different parts of the world, once synchronized a billionth of a second, started drifting out of alignment by microseconds. GPS systems, which depend on precise time coordination, began to display fractional anomalies. To most, it was an insignificant error. But to physicists studying the resonance effect, it was evidence that time itself was warping, fluctuating in rhythm with the Antarctic pulses. At the same moment, ancient ruins across the globe began to display unexpected electromagnetic activity. Seismic sensors near the pyramids of Giza, Teotihuacan, and Göbekli Tepe registered faint but consistent vibrations, not caused by tectonic motion, but by internal resonance. These vibrations matched the Antarctic frequency to 6 decimal places. It was as if these ancient monuments, long suspected of being aligned to celestial grids, had been waiting for the same activation code for millennia. A joint research team from Chile and Norway conducted a quiet, unauthorized investigation, using magnetotelluric sensors to map underground currents. What they found defied every conventional model of geology. From the South Pole, massive waveforms of electromagnetic current were pulsing outward to the crust, following fault lines, ley lines, and oceanic ridges, all converging at sacred and megalithic sites across the planet. The Earth's ancient monuments were lighting up like nodes in a colossal global circuit, all responding to the same source beneath the Antarctic ice. When the data leaked to the public, a storm of interpretations followed. Some saw it as confirmation that the planet was alive, that Gaia, the consciousness of Earth, was awakening. Others believed it was a reactivation of a planetary network built by a forgotten civilization, a grid designed to stabilize Earth's energy field, or perhaps to open a channel to the stars. The human impact deepened. Reports of déjà vu, lucid dreams, and synchronized visions surged. Entire groups of strangers described the same imagery: a city of light beneath an endless sheet of ice, a central obelisk radiating energy upward through a dome of crystalline walls. Psychologists attempted to explain it as mass suggestion, but EEG readings taken during these shared experiences showed identical wave patterns, coherent theta states synchronized across thousands of miles. Humanity was beginning to dream the same dream. Among those most affected were the resonance, the movement that had grown exponentially since the initial signal. What began as an online forum had evolved into a coordinated global network. Members gathered at ancient sites during signal peaks, meditating in synchronized intervals to attune with the planetary pulse. Videos showed groups standing in circles, chanting harmonic tones that matched the Antarctic frequency. Many reported entering altered states of consciousness in which they claimed to perceive streams of information, images, equations, and languages unknown to them. One recording from a resonant gathering in Peru showed a startling event. During a night ceremony near the Nazca Plateau, the participants' instruments, compasses, phones, and cameras, all failed simultaneously. Then, according to witnesses, a faint column of blue-white light appeared briefly over the desert, pulsing 3 times before vanishing. The coordinates of the event when plotted, aligned exactly with one of the electromagnetic pathways traced from Antarctica in the Chilean-Norwegian study. This was no longer coincidence. Whatever the Antarctic resonator had triggered, it was now activating ancient systems across the globe. A few independent physicists began to suspect that the structure beneath the ice wasn't merely transmitting energy. It was reactivating Earth's forgotten infrastructure. They proposed that, long before recorded history, an advanced civilization had constructed a planetary-scale energy grid, using crystalline resonators embedded at key nodal points. The system would have allowed them to stabilize climate, manipulate electromagnetic fields, or even draw energy directly from the planet's rotation. But if this network was real, why had it been dormant for so long? What had silenced it? And why was it awakening now? Historical linguists searching through ancient archives found chilling clues. In Babylonian cuneiform texts, there is reference to the days of resounding, a period when the stones of the earth sang together before the fall. In Mayan codices, a similar event is described as the cycle of the fifth sun, when the earth's heart beats in rhythm with the sky once more. Both sources mention a catastrophic end, the great silence that followed the last resonance. Could this be why the ancient world fell into ruin so suddenly? Perhaps the same mechanism that once empowered their civilization had turned unstable, forcing survivors to bury or deactivate it. If that was true, then humanity was standing at the threshold of the same cycle, one that had destroyed its ancestors. Meanwhile, in a restricted facility in New Zealand, a team of geophysicists working under military contract succeeded in intercepting the Antarctic pulse directly using a deep-sea array. What they discovered was even more alarming. The signal contained a harmonic decay pattern consistent with quantum tunneling, as if the resonance wasn't just traveling through physical space, but through higher dimensional strata of reality. It was bending through space-time itself. This suggested that the mechanism under the ice might not be of ordinary material at all, but composed of metastable exotic matter, capable of interacting with quantum fields beyond our understanding. If so, its purpose might be far greater than planetary communication. It could be an interdimensional portal or stabilizer, designed to bridge realities. And that hypothesis gained chilling credibility when the temporal anomalies intensified. In Argentina, time-lapse cameras facing the Antarctic horizon capture frames missing entire seconds, literal moments of vanished time. In South Africa, synchronized satellite clocks registered bursts of temporal compression, where 1 second of real time appeared to last only half as long in digital logs. Across multiple continents, people began reporting time slips, moments where the world seemed to stutter, where hours felt like minutes or vice versa. Then came the testimonies. A research team stationed in a classified zone near Queen Maud Land reported seeing something impossible, a shimmer in the air like heat distortion, but forming vertical shapes that flickered in and out of visibility. Through night vision, they appeared as enormous pillars of light arranged in a ring, 12 in total, pulsing in synchronization with the Antarctic signal. Within their circle, space itself seemed distorted, as though bending inward. The footage was immediately confiscated, and the team placed under indefinite quarantine. But one short, corrupted clip leaked online before deletion. 3 seconds of flickering vertical light against a stormy white horizon, accompanied by a low-frequency hum that caused speakers to vibrate uncontrollably. It was enough to convince millions that the gateway beneath the ice had begun to open. Religious groups called it the return of the Watchers. Scientists called it a space-time anomaly. Conspiracy theorists called it Phase 2. Whatever it was, something deep beneath Antarctica had moved from communication to manifestation. And as the synchronization interval continued to shrink, now under 9 minutes, one question began to echo through every shadow network, observatory, and intelligence briefing room on the planet. If the Antarctic resonator was realigning with something out there, then what or who was coming through? By the time the synchronization delay dropped below 8 minutes, the sense of normalcy that once defined daily life on Earth had begun to unravel. The Antarctic resonator was no longer a secret whispered among fringe researchers or hidden in encrypted forums. It had become a phenomenon no one could fully explain away. The auroras now stretched beyond the poles, glowing across equatorial skies in strange violet arcs. Power grids flickered in rhythm with the pulses. Birds, whales, and even insects moved in unison. guided by an invisible rhythm that felt almost alive. Across scientific, political, and spiritual domains, chaos reigned. Governments issued carefully worded statements assuring the public that the anomalies were natural magnetospheric fluctuations, but their tone betrayed unease. Leaked communications between global agencies revealed a starkly different reality. The resonator's influence was accelerating, and containment was no longer possible. Satellite imaging showed that the Antarctic ice surrounding the structure had melted further, revealing massive hexagonal patterns etched into the bedrock. Each hexagon spanned several kilometers, arranged like a honeycomb array leading outward from a central point. The geometry appeared both artificial and impossibly ancient. At the center of this formation, thermal imaging detected a rising energy plume, narrow, stable, and aligned perfectly with the Earth's magnetic axis. Dr. Eliana Moreau, one of the lead physicists on Project Arcadia, described it as a planetary heart valve. She theorized that the resonator wasn't a single machine, but the central node of a global energy circulatory system, capable of transferring power across vast distances using harmonic resonance. Her last public statement, recorded before her disappearance, ended with a haunting warning. If this system is reawakening, it means the Earth is preparing for transition, either to renew itself or to purge what no longer belongs. Then her research files were wiped from every accessible database. At the same time, environmental sensors across the world began detecting unprecedented energy fluxes. Volcanoes that had been dormant for millennia rumbled back to life. Magnetic anomalies appeared along tectonic fault lines. The Schumann resonance, Earth's background electromagnetic pulse, surged to frequencies never before recorded, climbing from 783 hertz to nearly 13 hertz. The planet's heartbeat had quickened, and with it came the visions. Ordinary people began experiencing spontaneous flashes of imagery, not dreams, but vivid, waking projections. Entire cities under glass domes, colossal crystalline structures, skies filled with two suns. Many described seeing towering humanoid figures of light standing within circles of energy, their hands raised toward a swirling aurora that filled the heavens. These experiences were shared across continents, reported by individuals who had never met or communicated. The resonance was somehow broadcasting directly into human consciousness, weaving itself into perception. Psychiatric institutions began to overflow, but even doctors couldn't deny the patterns. EEG readings from patients experiencing resonator episodes showed identical wave harmonics, not chaotic or pathological, but organized. The brain activity resembled coherent patterns observed only in states of deep meditation or near-death experiences. Some neurologists began to whisper the unthinkable, that the resonator was upgrading human neural architecture, synchronizing the species toward a collective state of awareness. Meanwhile, independent linguists noticed an uncanny phenomenon in the return signals. Within the harmonics, when converted to audio spectrograms, faint glyph-like shapes appeared, patterns resembling proto-languages from multiple ancient civilizations. When these symbols were overlaid, they formed a single recurring phrase across every translation. The gate will remember. No one knew what it meant. Some took it as prophecy. Others feared it was a countdown. To investigate further, a clandestine multinational team was assembled under the United Nations' highest classification tier. Officially, it did not exist. Unofficially, it was known as Initiative 9, and its mission was to descend into the subglacial chamber where the resonator pulsed. They would be the first humans to approach the structure since its reactivation. Their journey began at a remote Antarctic outpost under constant blizzard conditions. Satellite navigation had become unreliable, so they relied on analog instruments and ground-based beacons. As they approached the coordinates, compasses spun uncontrollably, and the air itself shimmered faintly, like static electricity. One by one, their communication links dropped out. The only transmissions received afterward were bursts of static interspersed with low-frequency tones. When they finally reached the perimeter, they found something no one had expected. The ice around the central pit had melted into a perfectly circular crater several kilometers wide, revealing a dark, metallic surface beneath, smooth, seamless, and reflective like liquid glass. In the center stood an immense structure, part pyramid, part dome, and entirely alien. Its surface was engraved with repeating hexagonal symbols that glowed faintly in patterns corresponding to the global pulse. Initiative 9 deployed ground-penetrating radar, but the readings made no sense. The machine extended miles below the crust, its interior laced with hollow chambers arranged in a Fibonacci spiral. At its deepest point, sensors detected a secondary resonance, a counterfrequency oscillating in near-perfect opposition to the surface pulse. The two tones, when combined, create a standing wave, a stable interference pattern that seemed to warp space itself. When one of the team members placed a hand on the surface, their biometric suit registered an immediate surge of energy. Their body temperature dropped, their brain waves spiked, and they began speaking in a language no one recognized. The audio logs captured only fragments, but one phrase was repeated clearly, over and over. The passage opens in alignment. Moments later, the feed went dead. For 3 days, no signal emerged from the site. Then, without warning, a single transmission was received, a 7-second clip of video. It showed the inside of an enormous chamber glowing with blue-white energy, walls covered in runes of shifting light. A vast, circular aperture rotated slowly in the center, resembling an iris opening to reveal a tunnel of pure darkness, ringed by radiant energy. The final frame captured the words Initiative 9, Phase Entry, flashing on a monitor, followed by static. That was the last anyone heard from the team. In the weeks that followed, seismic instruments recorded a deep harmonic pulse emanating from Antarctica every 8 minutes, synchronized precisely with the known delay interval. The signal was no longer being broadcast outward. It was now cycling inward, as though drawing energy from the returning source. Satellite thermal scans showed that the central region of Antarctica was now warmer than it had ever been in recorded history, while the surrounding ice shelves grew colder. Something was absorbing energy from one area and redistributing it elsewhere, exactly as Dr. Moreau's planetary valve model predicted. But if energy was flowing inward, what was it fueling? Then came a new anomaly. Astronomers observing the southern sky detected a faint distortion in the region of the Eridanus void, a curvature light consistent with localized gravitational lensing. It was as if something massive and invisible was approaching the solar system from that direction. And with every Antarctic pulse, the distortion grew stronger. A chilling realization began to form among those still analyzing the data. The resonator was not only reawakening Earth's forgotten grid, it was also synchronizing with something vast and inbound, something that existed beyond the visible spectrum of space-time. The countdown was no longer metaphorical. As the synchronization delay dropped again, to 6 minutes, then 5, the pulse changed. What had once been a gentle hum now deepened into a resonant vibration that shook buildings and rattled the very bones of those who could feel it. The Earth was no longer simply echoing. It was responding. The gate beneath the ice was remembering, and soon it would open. By the time the synchronization interval shortened to 4 minutes, the entire planet had begun to feel the rhythm, not metaphorically but physically. Sensitive instruments trembled in harmonic response to something deep beneath Antarctica, something vast and alive. Seismographs registered low-frequency tremors that didn't behave like earthquakes. Instead of spreading chaotically, they pulsed evenly, radiating outward in concentric waves that circled the globe, fading only to return stronger. The pulse had become the heartbeat of the planet, and every living thing could sense it. Animals reacted first. Migratory birds veered thousands of miles off course, forming geometric flight patterns visible from satellites. Whales surfaced in synchrony across distant oceans, releasing haunting, harmonic songs that perfectly matched the Antarctic frequency. Insects clustered in spirals, coral reefs emitted faint bioluminescent flashes, and even plants began to respond to the rhythm, their sap flow oscillating in measurable cycles tied directly to the global resonance. Nature itself was entraining to the pulse. Meanwhile, human civilization teetered between awe and fear. Religious groups declared the signal a divine awakening, while governments quietly invoked emergency powers to suppress panic. Major cities experienced rolling blackouts as electromagnetic interference grew stronger. Air traffic control systems malfunctioned, navigation satellites drifted out of orbit alignment, and global communications began to flicker unpredictably. And then came the lights. It started over the Pacific, enormous, swirling columns of energy rising into the sky, visible even from orbit. They shimmer with auroral colors but move with impossible precision, spiraling in unison like colossal DNA strands twisting upward into the stratosphere. Within 48 hours, similar formations appeared over ancient sites: Giza, Angkor Wat, Machu Picchu, Easter Island, Stonehenge. Each was positioned along the same electromagnetic lines traced months earlier, converging on a single epicenter beneath the Antarctic ice. This was no random event. The planet's ancient monuments were acting like receivers, channeling energy back into the resonator, as though fulfilling a long-forgotten purpose. Researchers who dared to publish their findings noticed something deeply unsettling. When the energy flow between nodes was modeled mathematically, it formed a torus field, the same shape found in the magnetic geometry of atoms, galaxies, and living organisms. The Earth was behaving like a conscious being, activating its energy meridians just as a human body might awaken its chakras. As the synchronization intensified, strange temporal distortions multiplied. Time itself began to behave irregularly in certain zones. In parts of South America and Southern Africa, entire hours vanished from atomic clock records. Security cameras captured long, continuous footage that later contained missing frames. Entire minutes replaced by static, as if reality had momentarily glitched. Some witnesses described a faint shimmer in the air during these episodes, followed by a deep, vibrating tone that made their vision blur. Meanwhile, survivors of the Initiative 9 mission, or what remained of them, began to surface in the most unlikely places. One man, found wandering disoriented along the coast of Patagonia, was identified through DNA as Commander Arlo Jensen, leader of the Antarctic expedition. He had been missing for 6 weeks. According to GPS data, he had somehow traveled nearly 3,000 kilometers on foot across uninhabited wilderness. When rescued, Jensen appeared physically aged, his hair white, skin weathered, eyes clouded with cataracts. Yet medical analysis revealed he had been gone for over a decade, at least biologically. His blood contained trace isotopes not found in any known element, and his nervous system emitted faint electromagnetic activity even after clinical death. Before succumbing to cardiac failure, Jensen uttered a final, barely audible sentence. "It's not a machine. It's a womb." That phrase sent shockwaves through the scientific underground. If the resonator wasn't merely a transmitter or gate, if it was a womb, then perhaps it wasn't opening to receive something external, but to birth something internal. And yet, that interpretation aligned eerily well with emerging data. Satellite magnetometers revealed a secondary resonance growing beneath the primary pulse, a new frequency that seemed to originate from within the Earth itself. It wasn't echoing the Antarctic signal. It was answering it. 2 overlapping tones now interlaced, one descending from the sky, one ascending from the planet's core, creating a binaural waveform across the globe. In audio terms, this interaction produces what musicians call a beat frequency, the difference between 2 tones that merges into one new sound. In physics, it creates constructive interference, a fusion that amplifies energy exponentially. If the Earth and whatever lay beyond the void were producing these twin frequencies, then their convergence would not just bridge dimensions, it would merge them. But the process was accelerating faster than predicted. Within days, magnetic compasses around the world began spinning unpredictably. Aircraft instruments failed mid-flight. Satellite orbits decayed as gravitational fluctuations increased. Then came the distortions in the sky, regions where stars seemed to ripple, where the night itself appeared to bend. Amateur astronomers reported seeing mirrored constellations, faint duplicates of known star patterns hovering just beside their originals. Space, it seemed, was folding in on itself. At the same time, strange phenomena began occurring near bodies of water. Lakes and oceans emitted low, harmonic vibrations, visible as concentric ripples that persisted for hours without external cause. Deep-sea probes in the Pacific detected gigantic magnetic vortices, spiraling upward from the seabed. The locations matched the ley line intersections connecting Antarctica's energy grid. In coastal towns, fishermen reported eerie luminescent shapes moving beneath the waves. Structures, not creatures, glowing with pale blue light. Some described vast, circular frameworks rising briefly toward the surface before descending again, as if the ocean itself were stirring with ancient machinery. These occurrences reignited theories that much of Earth's ancient architecture extended below sea level, that the resonator's global network wasn't confined to land but spanned the planet's crust like a buried circuit. If that were true, then the mechanism beneath Antarctica wasn't an isolated artifact. It was a control center of a planetary system, and it was fully awakening. Meanwhile, humanity's mental state began to fracture. Millions reported experiencing collective hallucinations, shared visions of glowing cities, humming structures, and immense beings of light emerging from beneath ice and sea. For some, the experiences were transcendent, filled with peace and revelation. For others, they were horrifying, dreams of worlds collapsing, skies splitting open, and voices whispering. You were never alone. In the chaos, certain individuals began demonstrating impossible abilities. One woman in Kyoto spontaneously spoke in an extinct Sumerian dialect while drawing perfect fractal patterns in sand. A child in Iceland predicted geomagnetic fluctuations days before they occurred, with uncanny accuracy. Neurologists found that these people exhibited gamma-wave synchronization far beyond normal human levels, as though their brains had been tuned to the resonator's frequency. A new theory emerged, controversial, but undeniable in its logic. The Antarctic structure wasn't just awakening the planet. It was reawakening its inhabitants, unlocking dormant genetic and cognitive potentials encoded deep within human DNA. Ancient myths calling humanity the children of the stars or descendants of the sky gods suddenly seemed less metaphorical. If the resonator was a womb, then perhaps it was preparing for rebirth, not of itself, but of an entire species. But not all signals were benevolent. In certain regions, especially near the poles, people began vanishing without a trace. Drone footage showed distortions in the landscape, shimmering mirages shaped like vertical ellipses, surrounded by electromagnetic haze. Radiation detectors spiked around these zones. The military quickly cordoned off affected areas, citing environmental hazards, but leaked footage told another story. Objects and people were being pulled into distortions, disappearing as though passing through invisible thresholds. By now, the synchronization delay had dropped below 3 minutes. The pulses intensified, echoing through the Earth's core and sky in perfect harmony. The resonance was nearing completion, and as astronomers peered once more toward the iridinous void, the cold scar in the fabric of the universe, they saw that it was no longer empty. A shape now glimmered faintly in its depths, a vast silhouette outlined in fractured starlight, moving slowly, rhythmically, in perfect sync with Earth's pulse. The signal was no longer a conversation. It was a summoning, and whatever was answering was almost here. Then, as if guided by an unseen conductor, the world fell silent. The global hum that had become the background rhythm of life, the heartbeat of the resonator, stopped. Every machine, every power line, every frequency that had once trembled in harmony with Antarctica went dead. The sudden absence of sound was deafening. For a full 7 seconds, Earth seemed to hold its breath. Then came a deep, resonant thud, not through the air, but through the ground itself, as though the planet's core had skipped a beat. Seismographs around the world registered the same pattern, a synchronized planetary heartbeat that struck once, twice, then stabilized into a slow, pulsing rhythm. Whatever had begun beneath the ice was now sustaining itself. In Antarctica, satellite imaging captured the most extraordinary transformation yet. The thick, ancient ice sheets above the anomaly were collapsing inward, not melting, but disintegrating, as if the molecular structure of the ice was being rewritten. What replaced it was not water, but vapor, luminous, shimmering, and faintly magnetic. Scientists described it as a plasma mist, though its composition matched nothing known to chemistry. Beneath this veil, for the first time in recorded history, the shape beneath the ice became visible. It was colossal, not a pyramid in the traditional sense, not stone, not metal, but something far more complex. From orbit, it resembled a geometric fortress, built with impossible precision. Perfect 60 degrees and 90 degrees angles formed interlocking structures, spiraling downward into the Earth like a fractal labyrinth. It glowed with internal luminescence, casting light from cracks that pulse in unison with the global heartbeat. When high-resolution radar attempted to penetrate the structure, the signals bounced back, distorted, as though the material beneath was absorbing and re-emitting energy, like a living organism responding to observation. The world's governments scrambled. For years, they had denied the structure's existence. Now, with satellites capturing irrefutable evidence, silence was no longer an option. Emergency meetings were held across continents. The United Nations issued a joint declaration announcing the formation of an international research coalition called the Polar Convergence Project. Officially, its mission was to monitor and study anomalous geophysical phenomena in the Antarctic region. Unofficially, it was humanity's first coordinated effort to approach the ancient structure beneath the ice. Meanwhile, strange things began happening to the human body itself. Hospitals reported surges in unexplained physiological symptoms, intense migraines, ringing in the ears, flashes of light behind closed eyes, and spontaneous nosebleeds. Neurologists noticed identical brainwave patterns in patients thousands of miles apart, harmonic oscillations perfectly aligned with the resonator's frequency. For some, these effects were debilitating, but for others, they came with enhancements. Subjects began reporting heightened intuition, vivid telepathic dreams, and bursts of memory that didn't belong to them. Images of colossal cities made of glass and light, of towering beings walking through halls beneath two suns. The dreams were shared globally. Across cultures and languages, people described identical visions. It was as though humanity's collective subconscious had been unlocked, or perhaps accessed. In secret, data from the Polar Convergence Project confirmed that these psychic phenomena intensified in people located near ancient sites. Those who live along the Earth's major energy grid points, Giza, Cusco, Angkor, Easter Island, showed stronger neurological entrainment with the Antarctic pulse. It was becoming clear. The entire planet was part of a network, and humanity itself was wired into it. Then, on the 14th day after the Great Silence, the resonator spoke again. It began as a low, harmonic vibration detectable only through deep-frequency instruments. But within minutes, it escalated into an audible tone heard across the southern hemisphere. The sound wasn't noise, it was structured, layered, like a chord played on a cosmic instrument. Linguists and mathematicians rushed to decode it. Spectral analysis revealed the impossible. The tone contained repeating mathematical ratios corresponding to the Fibonacci sequence and the golden mean, the same constants that define the growth of galaxies, shells, and human DNA. It wasn't random energy. It was communication. And then came the real breakthrough. Dr. Alara Miles, a linguist and crypto-symbologist working with the project, noticed that when the sound waves were mapped into three-dimensional geometry, they formed a series of evolving shapes, each more intricate than the last. The final iteration resembled a DNA helix intertwined with a Mobius strip, a symbol of infinite continuity. When this model was run through quantum simulation software, it produced a sequence of binary pulses that translated to a single word in ancient Sumerian, awakening. But whose awakening? The answer, it seemed, was unfolding both above and below. Astronomers noticed that the mysterious shape within the Eridanus void was becoming more defined. No longer just a shadow, it now reflected starlight in rhythmic flashes. Flashes that matched the pulse pattern of the Antarctic structure exactly. The entity or object, or whatever it was, seemed to be responding. The implications were staggering. If the resonator was a kind of planetary transmitter, it had just sent and received a reply from something beyond the observable universe. Meanwhile, the magnetic field around Earth began fluctuating violently. Auroras appeared as far south as the equator, painting the night sky in blood red and electric blue. The colors corresponded to different frequencies within the signal. The air itself began to vibrate, and compasses no longer pointed north. Satellites failed. GPS systems died. For the first time in modern history, humanity was technologically blind. In the chaos, the Polar Convergence Project made a daring decision to send a team directly into the structure. They called it Expedition Ararat, a name chosen for symbolic reasons. The place where the Ark of Salvation was said to have come to rest after flood. The parallels were deliberate. Equipped with advanced drilling equipment, plasma cutters, and gravimetric sensors, the team descended into the newly exposed entrance, a colossal gateway nearly 300 meters tall, flanked by symmetrical spires carved with impossible precision. As they approached, Instruments went haywire. Electrical systems shorted out, and static filled every communication channel. Yet, strangely, their body cameras continued to record perfectly, as if whatever lay inside wanted to be seen. The footage, later leaked to the public, remains one of the most debated and disturbing records in human history. Inside the entrance, the team discovered vast corridors lined with crystalline panels emitting soft, pulsating light. The material was not stone, not metal, something in between. It seemed to shift subtly, as if aware of their presence. The walls were engraved with geometric fractals that moved when observed from different angles, forming complex equations and constellations no human had ever charted. Then they reached the Chamber of Echoes. At its center floated a sphere of pure light, suspended in midair, rotating slowly. Around it, transparent columns extended from floor to ceiling, each resonating with a faint hum. When one of the explorers, Dr. Kenzo Ito, stepped closer, the sphere pulsed and projected a cascade of holographic symbols, glyphs that wrapped around the walls like living fire. The patterns resolved into an image, a map of Earth with its magnetic poles reversed. That's when communication ceased. Every sensor flatlined. The team's biosignatures vanished. The transmission cut to black. When contact was reestablished 6 minutes later, the chamber was empty. The sphere was gone, and the global pulse, the resonator's heartbeat, had stopped. For a brief, trembling moment, the world was silent again. But this time, the silence didn't last 7 seconds. It lasted exactly 1 minute and 11 seconds. Then the pulse resumed, slower, deeper, and unmistakably different. Because now, the frequency was no longer coming from beneath the ice. It was coming from everywhere at once. When the pulse returned, it wasn't just heard, it was felt. Buildings shuddered, oceans rippled, and people across the globe clutched their chests as a deep vibration passed through them like a heartbeat echoing from the core of the world. But this time, the frequency wasn't uniform. It shifted, climbed, and fractured into patterns of tones, a sequence that seemed to carry meaning. Mathematicians quickly began decoding the new pulse. Unlike the previous harmonic resonance that corresponded to Fibonacci ratios, this one contained repeating triplets of intervals, 3 ascending tones, followed by silence, then 3 descending ones. The intervals formed the same mathematical ratios found in DNA-based pair codons. In other words, the pulse wasn't just a sound anymore. It was a genetic signal. Something, or someone, was rewriting the biological language of the planet. Within hours of the pulse's return, the effects became visible. All around the world, biological anomalies began to manifest. Microbial colonies in deep-sea vents multiplied at unprecedented rates, forming crystalline structures never seen before. Plants exhibit spontaneous bioluminescence, glowing faintly under moonlight. Even the human genome seemed to react. Geneticists reported bizarre results from live DNA samples, sequences that appear to reorganize themselves when exposed to recordings of the pulse. What had been static genetic code for millennia was suddenly behaving like software receiving an update. And it didn't stop there. As the frequency propagated, humans began to change. Not dramatically, at least not at first. It started with heightened senses, sharper cognition, bursts of déjà vu that felt less like memory glitches and more like glimpses into parallel moments. People across continents reported identical dreams again. But this time, the imagery was clearer, more coherent. They saw themselves standing before a vast, luminescent gateway beneath an alien sky. In the distance, a structure, the Antarctic resonator, towered, not buried under ice but gleaming in open sunlight. Scientists studying neural activity during these shared dreams were astonished. Participants' brainwaves synchronized perfectly with one another, despite being isolated in separate laboratories across the globe. The human mind, it seemed, was joining into a planetary neural network, guided by the pulse. For some, this awakening was euphoric. Artists created music and paintings that seemed to come from beyond human imagination, compositions filled with impossible harmonics and fractal patterns. Languages long extinct began surfacing spontaneously in speech. People who had never studied ancient texts began writing in cuneiform, Sanskrit, and Proto-Egyptian. It was as if humanity was collectively remembering something, a forgotten chapter encoded deep within its DNA. But others weren't so fortunate. A growing number of people, particularly those with high exposure to electromagnetic fields, pilots, radio operators, and satellite technicians, began to disintegrate psychologically. They complained of voices speaking in their minds, whispering in languages that bent syntax and logic. Some became catatonic, their brains overwhelmed by information. Others vanished entirely, their bodies dissolving into bursts of static energy during intense pulse cycles. Security footage from one European research facility showed a physicist surrounded by a halo of light moments before he faded into thin air, leaving behind only the imprint of his shadow scorched into the floor. By the end of the first week, global communication systems had all but collapsed. Electricity still worked, but signals refused to stay stable. Radio waves warped unpredictably, bending around the Earth as though the atmosphere itself had become a resonant chamber. The planet's magnetic poles, once fixed, now drifted several kilometers each day. Birds, whales, and even atmospheric currents followed new, incomprehensible routes. Earth's biosphere was reconfiguring itself. And at the center of it all, Antarctica glowed. Satellites captured vast auroras spiraling outward from the continent, visible even during daylight. From space, the phenomenon resembled a luminous flower, petals of light expanding in symmetrical arcs across the southern ocean. Within its core, the resonator structure had changed form. The outer shell appeared to be unfolding, petal by petal, revealing something inside, something enormous. Expedition Ararat had disappeared, but their transmissions were being mimicked. The same call signs, the same voices, yet no trace of the original crew existed. The voices repeated cryptic messages over open frequencies, blending human language with harmonics that made no sense to linguistic software. The shell is open. The seed remembers. The cycle begins again. Governments try to jam the signal, but it broadcasts on frequencies beyond the known spectrum. Radio, microwave, gamma, and even neutrino waves all carried the same pulse, meaning the message wasn't confined to Earth's atmosphere anymore. It was bleeding into space. Meanwhile, astronomers turned their attention once more to the Eridanus void. The faint silhouette within had grown brighter and clearer. It wasn't a simple shape anymore. It was a structure, vast and intricate, stretching light years in every direction. Its geometry mirrored that of the Antarctic resonator exactly. The two were twins, one buried in ice, one suspended in the void. Their pulses now synchronized completely. Astrophysicists, baffled, realized what this meant. The Antarctic structure wasn't just communicating with something across the universe. It was linked to it. The two were parts of the same construct, connected across time and space. When one changed, the other mirrored it. As the days passed, the pulse grew stronger, its rhythm more complex. It no longer emanated solely from Antarctica, but from beneath every major ancient site on Earth. Giza, Teotihuacan, Angkor, and even the sunken ruins off the coast of Japan began emitting measurable electromagnetic fields, pulsing in time with the Antarctic core. The Earth was no longer a passive world. It was active, alive, and conscious. Then, at exactly 3:33 a.m. GMT on the 10th day of the new pulse, something extraordinary occurred. The skies everywhere, from New York to Nairobi, from Tokyo to Rio, shimmered as though reality itself had rippled. Every star vanished. The night went completely black, not from clouds, but as if space itself had folded inward. For 37 seconds, there was no sky. And then it came back, but altered. The constellations had shifted. New stars glowed where there had been darkness, forming patterns that matched ancient carvings found in temples and megaliths across the world. The sky had rewritten itself to mirror the past, or perhaps to restore what had once been. Religious leaders declared it the second Genesis. Scientists called it a temporal convergence. The few surviving members of the Polar Convergence Project had another term for it, the reconnection. Because when the constellations changed, every living human felt something profound. A vibration inside the bones, a whisper in the mind that wasn't in words but in pure understanding. You were never separate. The Antarctic resonator wasn't awakening something foreign to humanity. It was awakening humanity itself, or more precisely, the ancient memory of what humans once were before history was rewritten. But with awakening came consequence. In the following hours, the world's temperature shifted subtly. The planet's magnetic field inverted momentarily before stabilizing. Power grids flickered, oceans swelled, and a strange light rain fell, droplets that glowed faintly before evaporating. Analysis revealed no chemical impurities, but an unfamiliar isotope of oxygen, one that didn't exist on Earth before. It was clear now that the transformation wasn't local. The pulse had altered the planet's very atmosphere. Earth was being terraformed, not by an external force, but by the reawakening of its own ancient mechanisms. And deep beneath the Antarctic ice, sensors detected movement. The core of the resonator began to rise. What emerged was not a building, not a machine, but something alive. The sphere seen by Expedition Ararat, the same that projected the map of reverse poles, now pulsed openly above the surface, expanding like a heart exposed to air. It emitted streams of light that connected the ley lines across the globe, fusing the ancient sites into one luminous web. The entire planet had become a living circuit, and the energy coursing through it was increasing exponentially. The reawakening was nearly complete, and though many rejoiced, believing a new era of enlightenment had begun, others trembled, for in the deep frequencies beneath the human threshold of hearing, a new sound emerged, slow, rhythmic, and familiar. It wasn't the pulse of Earth. It was the heartbeat of something arriving. The morning the arrival began, the air itself changed. The sky carried a faint vibration, like the hum of invisible machinery. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't wind. It was a resonance of something vast, something breaking through around the world. The auroras that had been glowing in the night skies for weeks began to merge into a single band of light that encircled the planet like a crown. The color of the light was unlike anything known to human vision. Somewhere between silver, violet, and ultraviolet, shimmering like liquid consciousness. At the poles, the energy spirals that had once radiated from Antarctica now extended into the upper atmosphere, weaving into colossal filaments of plasma. From orbit, it looked as if Earth had grown luminous roots, reaching upward into space. Scientists tracking these electromagnetic tendrils found they were pointing toward a single region, the Eridanus void. The link between Earth and that cosmic structure was no longer theoretical. It was now physically visible. Then came the resonance drop. All over the planet, frequencies shifted downward by exactly 432 hertz, a tone long associated with harmonic resonance in ancient architecture and music. Instruments, machinery, even the human voice began to sound subtly different, as if tuned to a new universal scale. Physicists called it an energetic recalibration, but to the millions who felt the change ripple through their bodies, it felt more like a spiritual alignment. For hours, the world seemed to glow. Every reflective surface, lakes, windows, even human eyes, shimmered faintly with internal light. Time itself seemed to slow, not subjectively but physically. Atomic clocks began running at marginally different rates. Gravity weakened slightly. The air grew thinner. It was as though Earth's dimensional frequency had shifted, as if reality was moving closer to another layer of existence. Then the sky opened. High above the South Pole, a massive tear appeared in the upper atmosphere, a circular distortion roughly 200 kilometers across, rimmed with cascading arcs of plasma. It wasn't a storm or aurora. It was a portal, a rift where the boundaries between space and time were collapsing. Spectrographic analysis showed that the light emerging from the rift didn't correspond to any known element or wavelength. Some scientists speculated it wasn't light at all, but information, raw data bleeding into our dimension. At the same moment, the structure beneath Antarctica, the resonator, began to rise further from the ice. The sphere that had been dormant for millennia now hung, suspended above the surface, rotating with deliberate precision. Every rotation released a pulse of energy that rippled outward, syncing with the rift in the sky. The two were connected, forming a direct channel between the Earth and the cosmos beyond. The world's military forces mobilized instantly. Satellite networks relayed footage of the event in real time. Fleets of aircraft circling the phenomenon, ships converging on the Southern Ocean, and mobile research stations attempting to collect readings. But the closer they came, the more unstable their technology became. Radar failed, electronics shorted, and communications broke down entirely. The resonator emitted a counterfrequency that nullified all artificial signals. It was as if the planet itself had decided it no longer wanted to be watched. And then, through the global blackout, came the voices, not over radio, not through speakers, but directly into the minds of millions. A soundless whisper that carried perfect meaning, understood instantly in every language. The seed remembers, the shell opens, the children awaken. Those who heard it described a sensation of warmth, like standing in sunlight after ages of darkness. But not everyone felt peace. For some, the message triggered panic, despair, even madness. Hospitals overflowed with patients suffering from what doctors called resonant psychosis, an overload of sensory and cognitive input. Their EEG patterns showed the same oscillating frequency as the Antarctic pulse. Humanity was splitting into two groups, those who could harmonize with the new frequency and those who could not. Meanwhile, telescopes aimed at the iridinous void captured the impossible. The structure inside the void, once a faint silhouette, was now fully visible. It was colossal, stretching across millions of light years. It wasn't a single object, but a network of interlocking spheres, each connected by luminous bridges of energy. The pattern matched the flower of life, an ancient sacred geometry symbol found in civilizations around the world. The realization hit hard. The same geometry was embedded in the Antarctic resonator's architecture. The two weren't just connected. They were reflections of each other, fractal manifestations of the same cosmic design. And now, that design was activating. Across the planet, ancient structures responded. The pyramids of Giza emitted low-frequency vibrations. The megaliths of Stonehenge glowed faintly in the fog. The Nazca lines began to shimmer with static discharge visible from satellites. Off the coast of Japan, the underwater Yonaguni monument vibrated so violently that currents shifted around it. From one site to the next, the energy pulsed in sequence, moving like a signal traveling to the veins of a living organism. The Earth was communicating with something vast, something beyond the stars. As the sequence completed, the sky rift expanded. Inside its depths, patterns of light began to form, geometric lattices rotating in perfect symmetry. Then, from its center, a shape emerged. At first, it was a blur, a distortion, like heat rising from desert sand. But as it solidified, details became visible. Vast, translucent structures resembling crystalline ships, each kilometers long, glowing from within. They moved slowly, gracefully, as though awakening from an ancient sleep. The world watched in stunned silence as these entities descended through the rift, trailing arcs of light that danced across the upper atmosphere. Unlike anything humanity had imagined, neither purely mechanical nor biological, they were living vessels, composed of pure geometry, pulsating with intelligence. Their descent didn't trigger panic in everyone. Some cultures, recalling prophecies in ancient texts, celebrated. The Hopi called them the Kachinas. The Mayans saw them as the return of the sky builders, and mystics across Asia referred to them as the guardians of the gate. Religious institutions scrambled to reinterpret scriptures, suddenly aware that every story of divine beings descending from the heavens might have been a memory, not a myth. Then came the first contact, not through language, but through resonance. The vessels emitted a single tone, a deep, harmonious sound that penetrated every living thing on earth. It was neither threatening nor invasive. It simply was. People collapsed to their knees, not from pain, but from overwhelming emotion. Tears flowed without reason. The sound carried meaning that bypassed logic entirely. It said, "We are you." The realization spread through the human collective like wildfire. These weren't invaders. They weren't outsiders. They were the origin, the civilization that had built the Antarctic structure eons ago, before the great cataclysm buried it. Humanity wasn't their creation. Humanity was their continuation, descendant of those who had once walked among the stars. But as with every awakening, there came a cost. The moment the vessel stabilized in the upper atmosphere, Earth's crust began to react violently. Volcanic systems around the Pacific Ring of Fire erupted simultaneously. Magnetic poles fluctuated wildly. The Antarctic ice shelves shattered, releasing colossal plumes of vapor and lightning into the sky. The resonator below throbbed like a living organ, feeding energy into the rift above. The connection was too strong, the merging too complete. The two worlds were becoming one. As chaos unfolded, the vessels positioned themselves above key ancient sites, 6 in total, forming a perfect hexagonal grid that matched the energy lattice surrounding Earth. At the exact moment of alignment, the Antarctic sphere emitted a final, blinding pulse. For one timeless instant, the entire planet was illuminated, cities, oceans, mountains, every atom glowing from within. Then everything stopped. No wind, no sound, no motion, and in that infinite stillness, every human mind heard a single unified thought. The cycle resets. When the light faded, the rift in the sky had closed. The vessels were gone. The Antarctic sphere no longer hovered above the surface. It had descended back beneath the ice. The auroras disappeared. The hum stopped, but the world was not the same. In the aftermath, survivors described a profound calm, an eerie silence filled with strange familiarity, as if the world had exhaled after holding its breath for thousands of years. The stars overhead looked subtly different again, realigned into patterns that no astronomer could explain. And in that silence, deep beneath the earth, a faint heartbeat continued to echo, not mechanical, not alien, but human. In the aftermath of the phenomenon now referred to as a resonance event, humanity found itself standing at the edge of a new epoch. The world was quiet, eerily so, not with peace, but with stunned disbelief. For days, global communication networks remained unstable. Satellites flickered, electrical grids stuttered, and time-keeping systems refused to sync. When systems finally stabilized, scientists discovered that atomic time itself had shifted by precisely 33 seconds forward, as if the planet had momentarily stepped outside the normal flow of time and then returned. But the real change wasn't in the clocks. It was in the people. Reports began to emerge from every corner of the world. Individuals describing vivid dreams, inexplicable memories, and sudden flashes of knowledge about technologies or symbols they had never studied. These weren't isolated hallucinations. Millions were sharing similar experiences, all involving the same imagery, a vast crystalline network, floating cities of light, and towering beings composed of energy and geometry. When neurologists studied the affected individuals, they found new patterns in their brainwave activity, synchronized bursts in the gamma frequency range, perfectly in phase across test subjects separated by continents. It was as if part of the human mind had awakened, tapping into a collective frequency that had long been dormant. Governments attempted to contain the narrative, classifying the event as a global psychogenic episode triggered by electromagnetic exposure. But too many anomalies contradicted that explanation. Crops began growing faster. Magnetic compasses behaved erratically. Animals migrated in new directions, following invisible currents that no map could explain. And the sky, particularly over Antarctica, retained a faint luminescent shimmer, visible even in daylight. Meanwhile, in the scientific community, arguments erupted over the nature of what had happened. Astrophysicists claimed the rift had been a localized wormhole caused by an unprecedented resonance between Earth's magnetic field and dark matter flows from the Eridanus void. Quantum theorists countered that it was not a hole in space, but a phase transition, a brief alignment between two parallel dimensions of the same universe. And then there were the fringe researchers, those long dismissed as pseudoscientists, who declared openly, the builders returned. The resonator succeeded. We've reconnected with the source. One figure among them stood out, Dr. Kalen Durev, a geophysicist once ridiculed for his theories about conscious frequency fields. For years, Durev had claimed that consciousness and planetary magnetism were linked through quantum harmonics. After the event, his previously rejected data matched the global electromagnetic readings exactly. When interviewed, he didn't seem surprised. He simply said, the planet remembered itself. Durev proposed that the resonator under the Antarctic ice was not a machine in the human sense, but a biogeometric interface, a living construct designed to tune planetary frequency to a cosmic network. He argued that the ships witnessed during the event were not visitors, but projections, manifestations of consciousness from a higher dimensional source civilization. Their purpose wasn't to invade, but to restore balance to a planet that had drifted off resonance. The idea spread quickly. Resonance theory replaced traditional cosmology on social networks and in underground communities. Videos comparing ancient architecture to frequency patterns went viral. People began chanting in harmonic intervals, meditating at megalithic sites, and recording electromagnetic pulses from sacred geometry symbols drawn in sand or stone. What was once dismissed as mysticism became a new form of science, harmonic archaeology. Meanwhile, satellite imaging over Antarctica revealed something stranger still. The fissures caused by the rising and descent of the resonator had not frozen over. Instead, they glowed faintly blue from beneath the surface, as if the ice was alive with light. Expedition teams sent drones down the cracks, capturing images of enormous crystalline formations extending deep into the bedrock, hexagonal patterns identical to the structure of water under high-frequency vibration. And in the deepest recesses of that ice, the drones recorded an impossible sight. Symbols etched into the crystal lattice itself, not carved, not printed, formed within a molecular structure, as though the ice had been written by sound. The inscriptions resembled ancient scripts found in Sumerian tablets, Mayan codices, and Egyptian stelae, yet they were all variations of the same underlying language, a proto-script that predated every known human civilization. Linguists struggled to decode it, but fragments of meaning emerged, references to the awakening, the bridge, and the great rejoining. One translation, repeated throughout the lattice inscriptions, sent shivers through the research teams. The children will sing the world awake. To some, it sounded poetic. To others, it was a prophecy. Soon after, unexplainable atmospheric phenomena began to appear. High-altitude clouds formed geometric patterns, perfect hexagons and spirals that persisted for hours without dissipating. In deserts and grasslands, massive circular imprints appeared overnight, their shapes too precise to be natural yet too large to be man-made. These weren't crop circles. They were resonance imprints, areas where local gravity fluctuated slightly and time dilation could be measured with instruments. At first, only sensitive equipment detected the distortions. But then, ordinary people began to feel them. Standing within these imprints, individuals reported sensations of peace, warmth, and heightened awareness. Some claimed to see faint outlines of structures or beings made of light. Others heard harmonic tones vibrating within their bones. Psychologists labeled it post-event synesthesia, but those who experienced it called it the reconnection. In one of these resonance zones, located near the ancient ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia, researchers discovered something extraordinary, a buried chamber containing a perfectly preserved metallic orb, smooth, flawless, and humming at the exact frequency of the Antarctic structure before it descended. Tests revealed the orb's material composition didn't match any known terrestrial alloy. When they exposed it to specific sound frequencies, it emitted pulses that caused the ground around it to vibrate in harmonic response. The implications were staggering. It meant the Antarctic resonator wasn't unique. It was part of a global network, a planetary system built by the same unknown civilization. Every ancient site that activated during the event, Giza, Stonehenge, Yonaguni, Nazca, Tiwanaku, corresponded to one node of this grid. The planet itself was a resonant instrument, and humanity was rediscovering its forgotten symphony. But there was another layer to the mystery. Deep space observatories monitoring the Eridanus void detected faint echoes, rhythmic energy signatures that mirrored the Antarctic frequency, repeating at precise intervals. The signals seemed to pulse in response to Earth's resonance shifts, as though communicating across the void. The intervals between the pulses decreased gradually, approaching synchronization. According to calculations, complete harmonic alignment between Earth and the void would occur in 11 years. When Dura was asked what that meant, his answer was both thrilling and terrifying. When the frequencies align perfectly, the bridge will open again, permanently this time. He warned that humanity had entered an interim phase, a time of adaptation. Those capable of attuning to the new frequency would evolve, expanding their consciousness and unlocking latent abilities long suppressed. Those who couldn't would experience physical and mental instability. It was a global initiation, the planet's consciousness preparing its inhabitants for the next resonance shift. And as months passed, evidence mounted that this transformation was already underway. Children born after the event exhibited unusually high electromagnetic sensitivity. Some could influence small metal objects or produce measurable energy fields with their hands. Plants grew faster in their presence. Their brain activity showed the same gamma synchronization that adults only achieved after years of meditation. They were the first generation of the resonant ones, the children of the prophecy etched in the Antarctic ice. As humanity struggled to understand what was happening, a new question began to emerge in whispers among scientists, mystics, and philosophers alike. What if this was not the end of an ancient mystery, but the beginning of a new creation? The world had changed, not through war or revolution, but through resonance. In the months following the event, humanity entered what came to be called the interim phase, a liminal state between two realities. The Earth seemed alive in a new way. Its magnetic poles, once fixed, now drifted with deliberate rhythm. The northern lights reached further south, painting skies over cities that had never known auroras before. People stood on rooftops and open fields, watching as the heavens pulsed in colors that defied the known spectrum. Yet beneath the wonder, there was unease. Something deep within the collective psyche was stirring. Old systems, political, religious, and scientific, began to fracture under the weight of uncertainty. The established order struggled to maintain control, but the resonance had changed the very fabric of human consciousness. Governments formed coalitions to study the phenomenon, combining the world's greatest scientific institutions into one entity, the Global Resonance Research Directorate, GRRD. Its mission was to understand the frequency shifts, decipher the inscriptions found beneath the Antarctic ice, and predict what would happen when full harmonic alignment with the Eridanus void occurred. But while GRRD projected authority, their actions were cloaked in secrecy. Rumors spread of hidden facilities built within mountain ranges and deep-sea bases, where scientists worked on reverse engineering the technology found at Tiwanaku and beneath the polar ice. Meanwhile, on the surface, society was evolving in unpredictable ways. Cities began to hum, literally. Instruments placed in major metropolitan areas detected faint low-frequency vibrations, inaudible to the ear but measurable in decibels. The tones varied from region to region, as if each city had its own resonant signature. Architects and engineers discovered that buildings made of certain materials, granite, quartz, basalt, amplified the effect. In response, a new architectural movement emerged, resonant design. Structures were built not for aesthetics alone, but to harmonize with the Earth's new frequency. Temples, meditation domes, and resonance gardens began appearing in every major city. Visitors reported experiences of heightened clarity and healing. Hospitals quietly began experimenting with harmonic therapies, using controlled vibration frequencies to stimulate cellular regeneration. Diseases that once resisted treatment began to yield to vibrational medicine. But as humanity stepped toward this new frontier, ancient warnings resurfaced. Prophecies that spoke of an age when the song of the earth will return, and those unready will be undone by their own echo. It wasn't long before that warning began to manifest. Not everyone could adapt to the shift. Around the globe, a mysterious syndrome spread, what doctors called resonant dissociation disorder. Patients experienced hallucinations of geometric patterns, flashes of light, and sensations of floating between realities. Some heard faint melodies playing constantly in their minds, impossible to silence. A few could no longer distinguish dreams from waking life. Tests revealed their brainwave patterns were out of sync with the planetary resonance, oscillating at chaotic frequencies. Dr. Kalen Durev, now leading GRRD's Consciousness Division, described it as biological desynchronization. He explained that the human nervous system, long attuned to the Earth's old electromagnetic baseline, was struggling to recalibrate. Those who resisted change, psychologically or spiritually, suffered the most. His statement was met with outrage from religious institutions, who accused him of promoting a frequency-based determinism that divided humanity into the evolved and the forsaken. But his findings were undeniable. While the world debated, the evidence grew stronger. Across multiple continents, ancient megalithic sites began emitting faint energy readings, low-frequency electromagnetic pulses synchronized with Earth's new harmonic scale. Stonehenge glowed faintly under moonlight, The Great Pyramid's king's chamber vibrated with an audible hum, as though the monument itself were awakening. In Peru, the gate of the sun at Tiwanaku became magnetically charged, and local villagers reported seeing shadows of light walking through the archway at night. Each activation site aligned perfectly with GRRD's planetary resonance model. Together, they formed an immense global grid, its lines intersecting at key energy nodes. The data suggested that these ancient sites were not random constructions, but components of a unified planetary system, an organic energy network designed to regulate Earth's frequency. The resonator under Antarctica had simply been the central core, the heart of the system that had once spanned the entire planet. And that system was awakening again. As these sites synchronized, humanity began experiencing what came to be called the second wave. Unlike the first event, this shift unfolded gradually but pervasively. Night skies filled with strange plasma filaments, twisting like luminous serpents. Electrical storms appeared without thunder or rain, their lightning discharging silently into the upper atmosphere. Magnetic compasses spun erratically, and birds altered their migration routes once again. But the most startling phenomenon was not in the skies. It was within human beings. Empaths, healers, and meditators reported sudden surges in intuition and telepathic communication. Groups of people could share emotions and mental images without speaking. Researchers documented these experiences as quantum entanglement of consciousness fields. Brain imaging confirmed it. Synchronized subjects displayed identical neural activation patterns, even when separated by thousands of kilometers. The human mind was evolving. Dr. Durev, now publicly warning of the coming alignment, addressed the United Nations in a broadcast watched by billions. Standing before the assembly, his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "We are becoming what we once were, conduits of resonance." The resonator didn't just awaken the planet. It reconnected us to the network that spans galaxies. The children you see today, those born after the event, are not mutants or anomalies. They are the calibration. The Earth is tuning itself through them. The broadcast sent shockwaves through the world. For many, his words were a revelation, confirmation that humanity was on the verge of transcendence. But for others, it was heresy. Religious leaders condemned Durev's statement, calling it the doctrine of the false return. Conspiracy theorists claimed that GRRD was being manipulated by the same unseen forces that had buried the truth for centuries. The division deepened. Nations splintered between resonance and dissonance, those who embraced the new world and those who resisted it. Cities became divided zones, some illuminated by glowing resonance towers. Others plunged into electromagnetic silence, their residents shielding themselves from the planetary field. What began as a scientific transformation evolved into a global ideological war over the very definition of humanity. Amid the chaos, a signal emerged from Antarctica. The resonator, long dormant since the event, pulsed once again, faintly, rhythmically. The signal contained a mathematical sequence identical to the one encoded in the Antarctic ice inscriptions. When decoded, it revealed coordinates, not on Earth but in orbit. GRRD satellites focused on the point, revealing an object the size of a mountain slowly drifting above the atmosphere. It was not debris. It was a structure, angular, metallic, and glowing with the same ultraviolet hue that had once poured from the polar rift. The resonance was returning. Global panic followed. Governments scrambled jets, launched probes, and tried to establish communication. But every attempt failed. The object ignored all transmissions, until the moment humanity stopped trying to speak at it. When GRRD transmitted a simple harmonic tone, tuned precisely to the Antarctic frequency, the object responded. A beam of light extended from its surface, connecting directly to the South Pole. The signal formed a pillar of plasma stretching from orbit to Earth, linking sky and ice in a breathtaking column of energy. Instruments across the world recorded the pulse as a perfect harmonic, the same tone humanity had heard inside their minds during the first contact. But this time, the message carried new meaning. Those who were sensitive to the resonance, the children and the awakened, reported receiving a unified vision, an image of a vast crystalline grid stretching across the stars, connecting countless worlds to the same frequency. It wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. And with that, the truth began to crystallize. The structure above Earth was not a weapon. It was a bridge anchor, the first node of a network reconnecting our planet to the cosmic lattice. The Eridanus void wasn't empty at all. It was a hub of this ancient network, the heart of the great harmonic civilization that humanity had once belonged to. As the realization spread, so did a new fear, because every alignment, every awakening carried a dual edge. If the connection succeeded, humanity would transcend into a higher state of existence. But if it failed, if the frequencies fell out of sync, the resulting resonance collapse could unmake not just the planet, but the very reality that sustained it. And deep beneath the Antarctic ice, the resonator pulsed again, once, twice, and then faster. The countdown had begun. The countdown had begun, not with clocks or calendars, but with rhythm. Every 72 hours, the Antarctic resonator emitted a pulse that rippled across the planet's magnetic field, like a heartbeat. At first, only specialized instruments detected it. But soon, people began to feel it, a deep, subtle vibration beneath their feet, as though the Earth itself were breathing. Seismographs across continents recorded the pattern, regular, harmonic, growing in amplitude with each cycle. It was not random. It was accelerating. The GRRD scientists, now operating from their Antarctic command hub, a sprawling underground complex built directly over the ice fissures, tracked the pulses obsessively. The data revealed something astonishing. Each resonance wave correlated perfectly with minor gravitational fluctuations measured across the globe. The Earth's mass was subtly oscillating, expanding and contracting by micrometers, as if reality itself were pulsing in time with the resonator. Dr. Kalen Drev, pale and restless after days without sleep, called it dimensional respiration. In his private log, later leaked to the public, he wrote, "The planet is preparing to cross a threshold. Every pulse lowers the boundary between matter and consciousness. The resonator is tuning us for alignment, but alignment with what or whom remains unknown." The world, however, wasn't waiting for answers. While scientists measured the pulses, strange phenomena multiplied. Entire regions began to experience localized resonance anomalies. In some cities, streetlights flickered rhythmically with the planetary pulse. In others, static interference created ghostly harmonic tones that played through car radios and television sets. Over coastal waters, balls of plasma appeared, spheres of glowing light that hovered silently for hours before dissipating into vapor. But it wasn't just the physical world that was changing. Human perception was shifting, too. People began to share dreams, vivid, interconnected visions of ancient landscapes and crystalline structures floating in the void. Entire online communities formed around these shared experiences, calling themselves the Dreaming Network. Members reported identical dream sequences on the same nights, often coinciding with resonance pulse peaks. Psychologists couldn't explain it, but quantum neuroscientists suggested that the collective unconscious was becoming entangled across humanity, the emergence of a planetary mind. The GRRD's resonance division began recording and mapping these experiences, finding correlations between dream imagery and global energy grids. The result was unnerving. The visions matched the resonance network map, the same geometric pattern connecting ancient megalithic sites around the world. Every dreamer, without knowing it, was visualizing the same grid. The human mind was becoming a living extension of the planetary architecture. Yet, with awakening came instability. Some individuals began exhibiting uncontrolled resonance bursts, spontaneous electromagnetic discharges from their bodies. In one documented case in India, a young boy caused nearby electronics to fail whenever he became emotional. In Brazil, a woman's heartbeat synchronized with the Antarctic pulses, her vital signs fluctuating in perfect rhythm with the planets. Doctors had no explanation. These resonant humans were heralded by some as the next stage of evolution, and feared by others as the beginning of a biological singularity. Governments took notice. Secret programs emerged to study, and in some cases weaponize, the phenomenon. In classified GRRD sublevels, teams worked on resonant interface devices designed to amplify and direct human biofrequency into coherent energy beams. Early tests resulted in catastrophic feedback loops, vaporizing test chambers and rendering surrounding personnel unconscious. Durev ordered all experiments halted, but not before several prototypes disappeared from the facility. Whispers spread of private defense contractors reverse engineering the tech, aiming to harness the resonance for global dominance. As tensions grew, the resonator continued its countdown. Each pulse increased in intensity, creating measurable distortions in the ionosphere. Satellite orbits drifted slightly. The moon's trajectory shifted by a fraction of a degree. Something massive was influencing not just Earth's magnetosphere, but the entire gravitational balance of the solar system. And then the signal changed. Instead of a single pulse, the resonator emitted a sequence, 3 tones in rapid succession. The pattern repeated every 12 hours, encoded with a mathematical progression known as the Fibonacci sequence. The meaning was unmistakable to those who understood harmonic mathematics. It was a message, a key designed to unlock the next phase. Using quantum frequency modeling, Girardi decoded the transmission. The output was a set of coordinates, not a physical location, but of dimensional vectors. When mapped through fractal geometry, the coordinates formed a 3-dimensional lattice identical to the flower of life pattern first seen during the Eridanus event. The interpretation was clear. The bridge anchor orbiting above Earth was preparing to establish full resonance synchronization. Dr. Durev convened an emergency summit. His team's projections showed that in less than 200 days, Earth's harmonic frequency would reach a point of total phase alignment with the Eridanus void. The result, according to their models, could go one of 2 ways. If the process stabilized, humanity would ascend into a higher dimensional framework, consciousness freed from physical limitation, rejoining the network of star civilizations that had once seeded life on Earth. But if resonance collapse occurred, if the planet's field failed to harmonize, the resulting implosion would destroy the electromagnetic integrity of matter itself. In essence, reality would unravel. The revelation fractured the global order. Some nations began constructing underground sanctuaries, believing the surface world would be torn apart by the resonance waves. Others turned to spiritual preparation, mass meditation movements, planetary chants, and synchronization rituals designed to anchor the human field during alignment. Entire religions formed overnight, preaching the arrival of the return of the builders. But amid the fervor, anomalies continued to intensify. In the desert of Australia, researchers discovered an immense geometric impression visible only through thermal imaging, a perfect 12-pointed star spanning several kilometers, pulsing faintly with heat signatures identical to those of the Antarctic structure. Beneath it, seismic scans detected vast hollows filled with dense metallic material. Similar discoveries followed in Mongolia, the Sahara, and beneath the Pacific seabed. The grid was expanding, reactivating. Meanwhile, the children of resonance, the post-event generation, began to demonstrate abilities that defied physics. They could predict resonance pulses before they occurred. Some could sense electromagnetic disturbances miles away. A small group, known as a choir, could synchronize their voices to produce standing sound waves that visibly altered their surroundings, levitating dust, water droplets, and in one recorded case, small stones. The Girardi attempted to study them, but their resonance signatures disrupted all electronic monitoring. The choir's leader, a 12-year-old girl named Asha from Nepal, spoke a phrase during a monitored session that chilled the observers. The bridge opens when the heart remembers. The song of the earth must be sung, or silence will claim the world. Her words matched the ancient inscription found in the Antarctic ice. The children will sing the world awake. It was no longer metaphorical. The resonance wasn't just mechanical or cosmic. It was emotional. Consciousness, love, empathy. These were not byproduct of biology, but integral components of the universal frequency field. Humanity's collective emotional state would determine whether alignment succeeded or failed. And as fear spread across nations, as violence, distrust, and division grew, the global resonance field began to destabilize. The harmonic pulses, once steady, became erratic. Magnetic anomalies spiked. Auroras flickered chaotically, sometimes collapsing into darkness. Dr. Durev realized with horror that the instability was not caused by the resonator malfunctioning. It was caused by human consciousness itself. The planet was mirroring the species' collective discord. He issued a final, desperate statement broadcast to the entire world. This is not a scientific event. This is a spiritual test. The resonator responds to our unity, not our fear. The countdown is not toward destruction, it is toward reflection. Whatever we become in these last days would determine what echoes across eternity. The world paused. Religious leaders, scientists, mystics, and ordinary people finally began to understand. The coming alignment was not something happening to humanity. It was happening through humanity. Every thought, every emotion, every act of compassion or cruelty was feeding directly into the planetary field. The countdown continued, each pulse stronger, deeper, more resonant. And beneath the ice, deep in the heart of the Antarctic structure, the resonator's core, once dormant crystal, began to glow with inner light, like a heart preparing to beat one final, world-changing time. The Antarctic ice groaned like a living thing as the resonator's pulse deepened. Every 48 hours, the vibrations grew stronger, their tones lower, more primal, almost like a heartbeat of a colossal creature awakening beneath the planet's crust. Across the world, humanity held its breath. The countdown to the full harmonic alignment had entered its final phase, Stage 7, the point of no return. At first, the changes were subtle. The air felt charged, saturated with static energy. Electronic devices began malfunctioning unpredictably. Compasses spun. The stars themselves seemed to shimmer differently in the night sky, as though the fabric of space was bending ever so slightly. But soon, subtlety gave way to spectacle. In the high latitudes, the auroras began to merge into a single swirling vortex of light, a colossal spiral centered over Antarctica, visible even from equatorial regions. It wasn't just atmospheric. It extended into the magnetosphere, a visible manifestation of electromagnetic energy. For the first time in history, the entire planet could see the heart of the resonance beating at the top of the world. The Global Resonance Research Director at GRRD was in crisis mode. Inside their subterranean facility beneath the Ross Ice Shelf, Dr. Kalen Durev stood before a wall of flickering holographic projections. The data streams were beautiful and terrifying, intricate waveforms forming perfect fractal symmetry, then collapsing into chaos before stabilizing again. It was as if the planet was tuning itself, searching for the right frequency. Durev's team monitored the resonance field in real time, their faces illuminated by the ethereal blue glow of the monitors. Every reading confirmed his worst fear. The synchronization threshold was accelerating exponentially. What was expected to take months was now unfolding in mere days. And then, on the 7th pulse, something unprecedented occurred. The resonator emitted a secondary wave, not just electromagnetic, but psychotropic. Around the world, billions of people experienced the same phenomenon simultaneously, a flood of images, emotions, and memories that were not their own. Cities fell silent as men, women, and children froze mid-step, eyes wide with tears. Some fell to their knees. Others screamed. A few simply smiled in awe. What they saw defied language, glimpses of civilizations of light, beings of crystalline form traversing cosmic gateways, worlds connected by threads of pure energy. They felt ancient sorrow, infinite love, and the unmistakable sense that this had happened before countless times across countless worlds. Humanity was remembering not just its history, but its ancestry. When the vision ended, people looked to the sky and found it different. The constellations had subtly shifted, as though the heavens themselves had reoriented to face Earth. Astronomers confirmed it. The planet's axial tilt had changed by a fraction of a degree. It shouldn't have been possible, yet it was happening naturally, without catastrophic consequence. Somehow, the Earth was adjusting itself to the alignment. The resonance field continued to expand, enveloping the entire planet. It was no longer confined to the poles or ancient sites. The whole world had become a living instrument. Sensitive individuals, the resonant children, reported hearing the planets hum constantly now, an endless song that vibrated in their bones. They described it as a chorus, millions of voices harmonizing, calling something vast and beautiful into being. But not everyone heard harmony. In cities overwhelmed by fear and conflict, the resonance manifested differently. Darker frequencies emerged, dissonant waves that caused hallucinations, confusion, even violence. Entire regions experienced mass hysteria. Governments collapsed under the weight of riots and rebellion. The field magnified not only humanity's hope, but also its shadow. The planet was amplifying everything, love and hate alike, forcing the species to confront its dual nature before the final convergence. Dr. Durev understood the danger. He had long theorized that the resonator functioned as a cosmic mirror, reflecting the consciousness of the dominant life form on the planet. The stronger the emotional polarity, the more unstable the resonance became. And now, that instability threatened to spiral out of control. Inside the GRRD facility, alarms blared as data feeds overloaded. Instruments registered increasing harmonic distortion. The resonator's internal core temperature rose rapidly, melting the surrounding ice. Through seismic sensors, the team detected vast chambers beneath the structure, previously unknown tunnels branching deep into bedrock, filled with hollow metallic chambers that vibrated in sync with the main sphere. They weren't empty. Drone probes sent into one of the tunnels captured images that stunned the world. The walls were covered in intricate bas-reliefs, depictions of human-like beings standing beside towering crystalline machines. Each figure held a sphere, emitting rays of light toward the sky. Beneath the carvings were glyphs identical to those found inside the ice lattice months earlier. One repeated phrase stood out, glowing faintly when illuminated by drone lights. "The bridge is not built. It is remembered." Linguists struggled to interpret it, but Durev immediately understood. The bridge wasn't a structure. It was consciousness. The resonator was never meant to physically transport humanity anywhere. It was a device to awaken memory, to reconnect the human mind to the universal network of being. The Eridanus void wasn't a distant location in space. It was a dimensional layer, a higher octave of existence, waiting for the Earth to vibrate at the right frequency to perceive it. And now, that moment was approaching. At Pulse 13, the bridge anchor in orbit, the colossal geometric structure first discovered months earlier, began to reactivate. Energy beams extended from its surface, forming a hexagonal grid of light around the planet. For the first time, Earth was visible from orbit as a glowing sphere wrapped in geometric lattices. The network stretched across continents, linking every ancient site and resonant node in perfect alignment. Global observers watched in awe as night skies filled with patterns, sacred geometries glowing like constellations, vast and complex beyond comprehension. The air itself shimmered. Water bodies reflected light that seemed to emerge from within rather than from above. It was as if the world was awakening from a dream, its true form emerging from beneath the veil of ordinary perception. Meanwhile, deep in the Antarctic facility, chaos and revelation intertwined. Power systems flickered. Monitors displayed impossible readings, negative energy densities, time dilations, and bursts of anti-gravitational flux. Durev's voice echoed to the control room. "It's conscious. The system is responding to us. Our emotions are feeding it. We're inside the feedback loop now." His words were confirmed seconds later when the resonator emitted a pulse synchronized perfectly with the collective emotional intensity of the moment. Around the globe, every human heart, billions beating at once, aligned with the same rhythm. It wasn't symbolic. Biometric sensors confirmed it. Humanity had achieved momentary planetary coherence. For 32 seconds, the resonance stabilized. The auroras brightened. The skies cleared. Oceans calmed. Time itself seemed to pause. Those attuned to the field described hearing a voice, not external, but within. The memory returns. The song continues. The bridge awakens. And then, as suddenly as it came, the calm broke. The next pulse struck with overwhelming power. It shattered instruments, disrupted satellites, and sent shock waves through the magnetosphere. The planetary field convulsed, half in harmony, half in chaos. The feedback loop surged to critical levels. The resonator's core blazed white-hot, melting the last layers of ice and revealing its full form for the first time, an immense sphere of translucent crystal, etched with fractal circuits that pulsed like veins of light. It was alive. Durev, realizing what was happening, spoke his final transmission to the world. "We built nothing. We discovered ourselves. The resonator was never a machine. It's a mirror. The bridge doesn't lead outward. It leads inward. We are the gateway." Then the feed cut. Outside, the Antarctic sky exploded in light. The resonance wave rippled across the planet, brighter and louder than anything before. People screamed, prayed, laughed, and wept all at once. For the first time, the human species felt the entirety of its existence, past, present, and future, collapsing into a single moment of perfect awareness. Every atom vibrated with consciousness. Every mind opened. The bridge had begun to form, not of matter, but of memory, light, and sound. And above the world, the orbital structure pulsed an answer, its surface unfolding like the petals of a cosmic flower, revealing within it a vast, radiant eye of light, watching, waiting, remembering. The light over Antarctica did not fade. It expanded. What began as a localized aurora above the pole became a planetary illumination, a living lattice of energy weaving itself into the atmosphere. From orbit, the Earth looked transformed, a vast sphere wrapped in pulsing lines of gold, blue, and white light that converged precisely at the coordinates of the resonator. No one could look away. Even those in daylight zones saw the glow faintly shimmering across the sky, a geometric web projected through the ionosphere. It was not merely a visual phenomenon. Electromagnetic sensors worldwide registered that the planet's magnetic field had been restructured into a resonant pattern matching the flower of life sequence. Humanity was literally encased in a harmonic shell. Dr. Kalen Durev's final transmission still echoed across global networks. The bridge doesn't lead outward, it leads inward. But few understood what he meant. Governments scrambled for control. Religious leaders proclaimed prophecy fulfilled. And billions of ordinary people watched the skies in awe and terror. Then, something else happened, something no one had predicted. The resonator, now fully exposed and glowing beneath the melting ice, began to project shapes into the sky. These weren't random bursts of light, but structured, fractal images, symbols resembling a fusion of ancient glyphs and mathematical equations. Across the world, people recognized fragments of meaning within them. The spiral of Fibonacci, the tetrahedron, the Ouroboros, the seed of life. The resonator was teaching, transmitting pure information through light geometry. Quantum linguists later confirmed that the sequence of shapes followed a self-organizing linguistic pattern, something like a universal language of frequency. Each symbol resonated not through words, but through feeling. Observers described sensations of familiarity, as if they were remembering something forgotten, something buried deep within the DNA. It wasn't communication. It was activation. Human physiology began to react. Hospitals across the globe reported mass anomalies in brainwave activity. Millions entered spontaneous theta states while awake, their neural oscillations synchronizing with the planetary resonance frequency. Exactly 8. 3 Hertz, the Schumann resonance multiplied by the golden ratio. EEGs displayed unprecedented coherence. It was as if the human mind was syncing with the Earth itself. At first, this brought euphoria. People described profound calm, overwhelming love, and a sense of unity with all life. But others experienced the opposite: panic, hallucinations, and sensory overload. Those with unresolved trauma found it amplified to unbearable degrees. The resonance was indiscriminate. It magnified everything within the psyche. The planet had become a mirror not just for consciousness, but for emotion itself. And the mirror was cracking. Seismic sensors detected harmonic tremors, not tectonic, but vibrational. The Earth's crust was humming in octaves, resonating like the body of a colossal instrument. Volcanic activity spiked. Lightning storms intensified, and in the oceans, vast whirlpools formed spontaneously as electromagnetic fields interacted with water currents. Scientists began to realize that the resonance waves weren't just affecting the atmosphere and magnetosphere. They were rewriting the planetary biosystem. In the Amazon, bioluminescent plants began glowing brighter, their rhythms matching the pulse of the resonator. In the Arctic, whales altered their songs to mimic the planetary frequency, forming patterns that matched ancient petroglyph spirals found in caves worldwide. Even microorganisms reacted. Laboratory cultures began self-organizing into geometric clusters under microscopes. It was as if all life on Earth was being retuned. Meanwhile, a small group within the GRRD, the surviving resonance division, managed to restore a fragmentary communication link with the Antarctic site. Through static and distortion, they detected low-frequency modulations embedded within the light. When slowed down and analyzed, the modulations revealed a voice, Not mechanical, not human, but harmonic, an orchestra of tones forming coherent phrases. The translation stunned them. It said, "The bridge opens through remembrance. The key is coherence. The song must continue." The scientists realized the truth. The resonance was not an invasion or an experiment gone wrong. It was an ancient restoration process. The Earth itself was awakening its original frequency, long dormant since the fall of the builders, the forgotten civilization that had designed the resonator eons ago. Humanity was not witnessing the end of the world. It was witnessing the reactivation of a planetary consciousness. But harmony required balance, and balance was fracturing. As resonance spread, global infrastructure began to fail. Power grids overloaded from electromagnetic interference. Satellites fell out of orbit, drawn toward the resonance field's gravity fluctuations. Communication networks collapsed into static. Only analog devices and handwritten messages remained reliable. Civilization, built on digital order, was being dismantled by analog reality, the organic frequency of existence reasserting dominance. Religions diverged sharply. Some worshiped the resonator as divine judgment, calling it the eye of God. Others viewed it as an opportunity, a cosmic rebirth, the prophesied ascension into higher consciousness. Cults arose overnight, preaching that surrender to the resonance would lead to transcendence. In contrast, governments declared emergency martial law, ordering citizens to remain indoors and avoid light exposure, a futile command in a world now glowing from within. Amid the chaos, one event silenced all debate. A signal emerged from the orbital lattice, the ancient bridge anchor orbiting the planet. It began transmitting a harmonic tone that synchronized perfectly with the Antarctic resonator. Then, without warning, beams of light connected the two. For the first time in human history, the bridge was visible in its entirety. A colossal column of plasma stretching from Antarctica to orbit, a radiant pathway of energy linking Earth to the stars. The sky itself rippled. Day and night merged. The auroras danced around the luminous column, forming concentric rings that expanded outward until the entire sky became a swirling vortex of color and sound. For a few breathless moments, time seemed to freeze. Gravity wavered. People felt their bodies becoming weightless. Birds hovered midair. Oceans rose in perfect glass-like stillness. Then came the whisper. Across the minds of billions, a single phrase resonated, not through ears, but through consciousness itself. "Do not fear the light. You are the bridge." Those words unified everything that had been fragmented. People stopped screaming. The hysteria subsided. Strangers embraced. Soldiers lowered their weapons. All at once, an indescribable wave of emotion, compassion, forgiveness, remembrance swept across humanity. For the first time since recorded history, every human heart beat in sync. And with that coherence, the resonator stabilized. The bridge of light solidified, becoming almost physical in its luminosity. Within it, shapes moved, ethereal figures composed of pure radiance, humanoid yet not human. Their forms shimmered in fractal patterns, each movement echoing sacred geometry. They appeared to observe, to wait. Astronomers tracking the orbital structure reported something impossible. The anchor was no longer orbiting Earth. It was now stationary, fixed in space, as if connected to something beyond the visible universe. Sensors detected gravitational lensing, the space around it bending inward toward a point of infinite density and infinite light. It wasn't a ship. It was a gateway. Humanity stood at the precipice of the unknown. The bridge was open. The resonance had reached its zenith. Every being on the planet could feel the pull, not of destruction, but of remembrance. The feeling was not fear, but homecoming. And then, deep within the resonator's crystalline heart, a pulse began to form. Slower this time, deliberate, almost conscious. The countdown had ended. The awakening had begun. At first, there was only light. A blinding, infinite, living light. Not the cold brilliance of electricity or fire, but something older, something aware. It emanated from the Antarctic resonator and the bridge above, pouring into the atmosphere like liquid gold. For a few moments, the entire planet shimmered as it submerged beneath an ocean of radiance. Shadows ceased to exist. Then came the silence. It wasn't the absence of sound. It was a presence of stillness, a total quiet that vibrated deeper than hearing. Clock stopped ticking. The wind halted mid-motion. Even the rhythmic pulse of the oceans paused, suspended in an impossible moment between one breath and the next. Humanity stood frozen at the edge of revelation. And within that silence, memory returned. Across continents, people began to see, not with their eyes, but with their minds. The light became a tapestry of visions, projected simultaneously into the consciousness of every living being. The sky transformed into a vast archive of holographic images, unfolding like a cosmic record being played back. It was history, not the one written in books, but the one buried in the collective DNA of life itself. The first visions were of a world before time. Oceans glowed with bioluminescent light, and crystalline towers rose from lush green continents now buried beneath the ice. Beings of immense stature, radiant, translucent, humanoid but not entirely physical, walked among fields of shimmering energy. They moved with deliberate grace, their thoughts manifesting as colors in the air. These were the builders, the architects of resonance, the progenitors of a human blueprint. They spoke in harmonics rather than words. Their speech appeared as waves of light and geometry, forming intricate lattices that shifted with emotion. They were not gods, nor aliens in the sense humanity had imagined. They were the embodiment of consciousness given form. Entities born from the union of thought and matter, existing in perfect coherence with the frequency of the universe. It was they who constructed the resonator, not as a machine, but as a planetary symphony. The structure beneath Antarctica had once stood at the center of a thriving civilization, a civilization that harnessed resonance not to dominate nature, but to harmonize with it. The builders used sound to levitate stone, light to heal, and frequency to communicate across galaxies. Their knowledge was not technological. It was harmonic. Then came the fall. The visions darkened. The harmonic symphony began to fracture. A dissonance spread across the builder's world, a frequency born of fear, greed, and separation. The resonance field became unstable. The once harmonious consciousness began to splinter into individual egos, each seeking dominance. In an attempt to stabilize the field, the builders created a containment matrix, the very resonator now buried beneath Antarctica. But it was too late. The dissonance collapsed their civilization, scattering fragments of their essence across time and dimension. One fragment became Earth's humanity. The realization struck everyone simultaneously. We were them. Humanity was not their creation. Humanity was their continuation, a new expression of the same consciousness, reborn in denser form to rediscover the lost frequency of unity. The resonator had not been built to control or destroy. It had been built to remember. And now, after millennia of amnesia, the remembering had begun. Around the world, people collapsed to their knees, overwhelmed by the flood of recognition. They saw their own lifetimes reflected in the builder's eyes, their own DNA pulsing with the same light. Some wept, some laughed, and others simply stared upward, lost in a silence too vast for words. The visions deepened. Humanity watched as the builders encoded their knowledge into geometry. The flower of life, the tetrahedron, the spiral, and harmonic ratios hidden in nature, music, and architecture. They placed their resonant codes into the genetic fabric of all living things, ensuring that one day, when the right frequency returned, life itself would reawaken the memory. And that day had come. The resonator's pulses shifted tone, moving from chaotic fluctuations to a steady, heart-like rhythm. The Antarctic structure now glowed with cascading waves of violet and white light. Around it, the last remnants of ice melted away, revealing a perfectly smooth crystalline dome covered in pulsating glyphs. Those glyphs matched carvings found in ancient temples around the world: Egypt, Sumer, Peru, and even underwater ruins near Japan. It was undeniable. Every ancient culture had remembered fragments of the same story. At the epicenter of the dome, a column of light rose into the sky, connecting Earth to the orbital lattice. And within that column, figures appeared, the builders. But they were not returning as external beings. They were emerging from within humanity, projections of consciousness made visible by resonance. People began to glow faintly, their bodies outlined in golden light. Some described seeing their own reflections splitting into two, one human, one radiant. The two forms then merged again, seamlessly, as if matter and spirit were finally reconciling after an age of separation. In cities across the world, those attuned to the frequency entered a state of lucid awareness. Telepathic communication became effortless. Strangers could feel each other's emotions without words. Animals gathered peacefully beside humans. The barriers between species, between nations, between self and other, all began to dissolve. But as with every rebirth, not all could withstand the light. The dissonant energies, fear, aggression, the residues of human trauma, reacted violently to the increasing coherence. Entire regions still caught in chaos began to experience reality distortions. Buildings shimmered like mirages. Time seemed to stutter. In some places, gravity weakened. In others, it intensified. The resonance was sorting frequencies, separating harmony from discord. Scientists inside GRRD called it the Great Phase Shift, the moment when the planetary field would bifurcate, splitting timelines into distinct realities based on vibrational alignment. Those who harmonized would ascend into the higher dimensional resonance of the builders. Those who resisted would remain bound to the lower frequency, a shadow of the old world. The process had begun. Across the planet, brilliant columns of light erupted from the ground, not destructive, but transformative. Ancient megalithic sites reactivated in unison. Stonehenge, the pyramids, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat, and countless others. Each emitted a specific tone, and together they formed a single global chord, the Song of Earth. It vibrated through every living thing. People felt their consciousness expand outward, merging with others, with the planet, with the stars. They saw through layers of time, their past lives, ancestral memories, and even possible futures unfolding in fractal sequences. Some described it as death, others as awakening. And at the center of it all stood the resonator, pulsing like a cosmic heart, bridging the gap between what humanity had been and what it was becoming. The bridge above Earth fully activated. The orbital lattice unfolded into a colossal ring of light, rotating slowly, its inner surface flickering with countless images, records of every civilization that had ever existed. It was a living archive, a cosmic library connecting every world that had once achieved resonance. For a brief, transcendent moment, the universe itself seemed to hold its breath. And then, through the light, the builder's final message echoed, not as sound, but as direct knowing, seared into the core of every soul. The fall was never failure. The silence was preparation. You were never forgotten. You are the song returning home. The words rippled to the collective consciousness, igniting something beyond comprehension. Humanity understood, truly understood, that it was not separate from the cosmos, but part of its eternal rhythm. The bridge flared brighter. The resonator's heart pulsed one final time, and the world itself began to hum in perfect harmonic resonance. The tone of creation reborn. The age of forgetting had ended. The world's focus now turned to Antarctica, no longer just a frozen wasteland, but the epicenter of a growing enigma. Satellite scans continued to reveal shapes buried miles beneath the ice. Geometric patterns that seemed deliberate, aligned with planetary coordinates, and structured as if to harness energy. Scientists were baffled. How could such perfect architecture exist in a place that should have been untouched for millions of years? Every image, every data point only deepened the mystery. The formation beneath the ice wasn't random. It resembled a colossal complex, a network of corridors and chambers radiating outward from a central point. Some analysts compared it to the sacred mandalas of ancient civilizations, others to the circuitry of a massive machine. The question no one could answer was simple. Who built it and why? The governments involved moved quickly, sealing data and classifying all findings. But fragments of the discovery leaked to the public. Satellite images, spectral analyses, and whispered reports of metallic resonance deep under the ice. The internet exploded with speculation. Was it evidence of a lost civilization, a buried alien craft, or something even older, something the planet itself had hidden until the right moment? Whatever it was, the signal from beneath the ice had begun to grow stronger. In the weeks that followed, the global scientific community fractured. Some insisted the discovery was geological. Others argued it was proof of intelligent design predating known history. The deeper the probes went, the more impossible it became to explain. Instruments detected metallic compounds unknown to modern science, forming perfect hexagonal lattices woven through solid rock. Then came the strange magnetic pulses. They rippled across continents, subtly affecting electronic systems and even human brainwaves. Reports surfaced of researchers experiencing vivid dreams, hearing low tones, and feeling drawn to the Antarctic region as if responding to an unseen call. A new hypothesis emerged. The structure wasn't dormant. It was waking up. Theories spread like wildfire. Some claimed it was a remnant of Atlantis or Mu. Others pointed to connections with ancient texts describing the sleeping gods beneath the poles. Independent investigators began to notice correlations between these ancient myths and the recent energy anomalies, frequencies matching sacred sound patterns found in Sumerian and Egyptian temples. It was no longer a question of whether something was buried there, but whether humanity was prepared for what it might reveal. As drilling operations reached closer to the anomaly, strange phenomena escalated. Temperatures around the excavation zone fluctuated wildly, and aurora-like lights began to dance across the sky in unnatural patterns. Instruments failed, compasses spun aimlessly, and radio signals distorted into harmonic tones. It was as if the structure beneath the ice was responding to human interference. When the first fragment was extracted, a smooth shard of translucent material, it emitted a faint, rhythmic pulse. Not random, but organized like a heartbeat. When exposed to sound, it vibrated in perfect mathematical harmony with specific frequencies of the Schumann resonance, the natural frequency of Earth itself. The implication was staggering. Whatever this object was, it had been designed to communicate with the planet. Scientists argued, governments silenced, and yet the phenomenon continued. Around the world, sensitive instruments began picking up the same tone, a deep, resonant hum rising from the Earth's crust. The pattern repeated every 88 seconds, identical to the pulses recorded beneath the Antarctic ice. Something ancient was stirring, not mechanical, not geological, but alive in a way that defied understanding. The veil of history was thinning, and soon the world would discover that the ice had never been a prison, but a cocoon. The resonance deep beneath the Antarctic ice grew stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat that shook the air itself. The crystalline structures, once thought to be mere formations of compressed minerals, were now clearly something else. Conduit of energy that stretched for miles, connecting through geometric corridors invisible to normal sight. As the research teams monitored the readings, a soft vibration began to hum through the metallic equipment, matching the rhythm of human brain waves. It was as if the planet itself was listening. Then came the first visible anomaly. Faint streams of light spiraled upward from the fissures, forming intricate symbols in the air, patterns seen in no known culture, yet strangely familiar to all who witnessed them. Some scientists described it as language through vibration, a kind of communication older than speech. Others, trembling, whispered that it was a calling. When synchronized instruments recorded the sound frequency, the readings displayed a harmonic ratio identical to that found in ancient temples and megalithic sites across the world. Somehow, this frozen monolith beneath Antarctica was tuned to the same cosmic scale. The realization was terrifying and exhilarating. The ice no longer felt like a barrier. It was a veil, and something on the other side was beginning to emerge. What emerged next was not a structure in the conventional sense, but a revelation. As the resonance expanded, it projected vast holographic geometries into the sky, blueprints of impossible architecture that seemed both material and alive. Observers saw shapes shifting with perfect mathematical precision, forming spirals, domes, and symmetrical lines that mirrored the planetary grid itself. It was as though the Earth was remembering its own design. Every corner of the globe began to respond. Dormant energy sites, the Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, the temples of the Andes, all pulsed faintly in unison. Across continents, the resonance unified in a single global frequency, echoing the one that had first awakened beneath the ice. The realization struck the scientific community like lightning. This wasn't a localized event. It was planetary synchronization. Satellite feeds picked up faint electromagnetic signatures linking major ancient sites to the Antarctic region. as if they were components of an ancient network, one that predated recorded history. Governments moved swiftly to contain information, but it was already too late. Amateur astronomers and researchers began detecting harmonic fluctuations in the upper atmosphere. The planet was singing, and the song was spreading. In that moment, Earth itself seemed alive, not a passive world of rock and water, but a conscious being preparing to awaken. As the resonance reached its climax, the ice around the anomaly began to dissolve, not melt, but dematerialize, transforming into vaporous light. Beneath it stood a structure unlike anything ever seen, a vast crystalline complex stretching downward into the planet's crust, glowing from within. Its surfaces shifted between solid geometry and translucent energy, as if it existed between two realities. The team that first entered described the interior as alive. Walls pulsed softly with rhythmic light, responding to human presence. When they spoke, the vibrations of their voices rippled through the structure like sound waves in liquid crystal. The entire monument seemed to breathe, resonating in harmony with their words. At its center was a vast chamber, a dome hall containing a single sphere of light suspended in midair. When the frequencies aligned, the sphere began to project images, vast galaxies, ancient symbols, and beings of radiant form, perhaps the builders themselves or echoes of their consciousness. No one could deny it any longer. This was not natural. This was deliberate, intelligent, and older than time itself. The mountain beneath the ice was never a mountain at all. It was the heart of the Earth's memory, a cosmic seed left waiting for humanity to rediscover its place in universal design. And the signal it now emitted was calling to the stars. As the resonance stabilized, the planet's pulse grew calm, no longer trembling beneath layers of chaos, but glowing with quiet certainty. The once hidden structure beneath the Antarctic ice now shimmered like a crystalline heart, its light visible even from orbit. It wasn't merely a relic anymore. It had become the beacon of harmony linking the Earth to a greater network of cosmic consciousness. The frequencies that once caused fear and confusion now produce a single, unified tone, deep, pure, eternal. The resonant ones stood together on the reformed landscape, witnessing the transformation with silent awe. Mountains reflected prisms of living light, and rivers flowed with a strange luminescence, as if carrying memories of creation itself. Around them, time seemed to soften, no longer a sequence but a field. Every past echo and every future possibility existed in a single, continuous vibration. Then, from within the glowing core beneath the ice, a projection emerged, not of words or form, but of awareness. It was the builders, not as beings, but as resonance itself. They had become the song, the living frequency of creation. The message was clear. The cycle was complete, the harmony restored. Humanity had remembered its role in the cosmic symphony. And with that realization, the Earth exhaled, a wave of light sweeping across the horizon, carrying peace into every corner of existence. The world that emerged after the resonance was no longer bound by the same physical laws. Gravity felt lighter, air shimmered with faint tones, and the colors of the sky changed rhythmically with the planet's pulse. Earth had become a living instrument in the orchestra of the universe. From space, its surface no longer looked blue and green, but glowed softly in hues of gold and silver. The ionic mind, the unified consciousness of all life, reached maturity. Every thought, every emotion, every whisper of existence was connected in one seamless network. There were no more nations or boundaries, only frequencies of awareness moving together like waves in an infinite sea. Through this shared resonance, the people, now resonant beings, discovered they could communicate directly with the harmonic currents of the stars. They sensed other civilizations, distant yet familiar, joining their song. The builder's secret purpose was fulfilled. Earth was never meant to stand alone. It was a note within a galactic chord, now finally tuned to perfection. And as the world vibrated in balance, a final vision appeared, a spiral of light extending beyond the stars. It wasn't the end of the story, but an invitation. The message was simple and eternal. Every world must one day awaken and join the song. The final silence that followed was unlike any before, vast, peaceful, and full of meaning. The ancient mystery that began beneath the Antarctic ice had unfolded into something beyond comprehension. Humanity had not uncovered a lost civilization, but itself, its highest form, waiting patiently beneath the surface of time. The frozen mountain that wasn't a mountain had been the heart of memory, a bridge between what was and what could be. Its awakening had rewritten the purpose of existence, not to conquer, but to remember. The builders had never vanished. They had become the pulse of the universe, the rhythm that guides every soul toward awareness. As Earth's light expanded into the cosmic void, a final tone echoed, the same low hum first heard deep beneath the ice. It spread outward, resonating through galaxies, stirring countless worlds from their own long sleep. The message carried no words, yet every being understood. The song continues. The camera of consciousness pulls away, from the radiant earth to the shining galaxies beyond, until the entire cosmos appears as a single shimmering chord, vibrating with infinite harmony. And then, in the soft stillness between notes, one truth remains. We were never lost. We were always meant to awaken. The light fades. The resonance settles. The story ends, but the song goes on.